Hey, good afternoon, or wherever you are in the world. Good morning, good evening. Everyone always comes from different places, so I never know what to say. Hi, Sheila. How you doing? I got to tell you, that Sheila. If you haven't heard Sheila talk, she talked last night. But there are good people, and then there are the true salt of the earth people that are just like good to the core. And that's Sheila. She's just good to the core. So Sheila, we've talked. Thank you so much for being kind and being a friend. It means a lot. You can always tell who true friendly people are when you go through ups. Everyone's with you. When you go through a little bit of a trough in life, usually it's just the friends that are sticking around, right? Interesting how that works. Good. Hey, everybody. Happy, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm saying happy Thursday. Boy, the weeks go by quickly now, don't they? I'm just going to grab some more water. Give me 1 sec. So I did one small trade this morning. I know we've talked about trading a little bit. And listen, this is how it goes. This is why trading's so hard. You have a few wins, you do well, and then I had a small loss this morning. Nothing big. And the good news is, as you get better at this stuff and you start to realize when you're making a mistake, you realize it quickly and then you get out before it hurts you too much. That's the most important thing. Yeah, February 1st, right? And this is only a 28-day month, so this month goes by pretty fast. But your walks have lovely scenery. Yeah, my walks have scenery. I'm lucky to live in a neighborhood where, and listen, I'm not a part of this. I'm on the outside edge of it. But if you walk into the neighborhood, there's some very sort of like old money neighborhoods, really nice houses and stuff like that. It's a beautiful area. Sorry, I had to take my medication. Somebody says you need to trade the London and the New York sessions. I've tried everything as far as different time frames. If you don't know, the session that's in London overlaps with the United States session because they obviously are 5 hours ahead of us. So their morning starts 5 hours earlier. So from the U.S. Open on the stock market at about 9:30 until about 11 a.m. is usually when there's the most what they call liquidity or trading activity. So it makes it things move faster and it's very easy to get in and out because there's a lot of people doing stuff. So. Oh, somebody said it's a leap month, a leap year, leap month. Is it a leap year this year? Maybe it is. I'll have to check my calendar. Let me see. Well, I'll mess the live up. But yeah, if it's 29 days, if it is a leap year, it'd be 29 days. Isn't that weird? That's because of how the Earth rotates around the sun. So it's not exactly 365. It's 365 and a quarter days a year is what it is, I guess. Yeah, somebody says it's a leap year. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't check the calendar, so. Yep, just like when the time changes for daylight savings, you wake up one morning, you think you're having a great day, and you find out you're an hour late for whatever. You're like, oh no. Anyway, Zelensky is blackmailing Ice Cream Joe and his family. I don't know what the relationships are there, but I think there's enough evidence to, at least enough. I don't know. It seems like, if you want to know my opinion, I'll tell you. I don't have all the facts, but based on what I've heard Biden say and what I've heard and what I've read, this is about Ukraine we're talking about. It appears that Hunter Biden was hired onto a board of a company in Ukraine. It's a natural gas company called Burisma, B-U-R-I-S-M-A, Burisma. And so he was on the board. He didn't have any prior history in energy or anything like that. He's just the son of a prominent politician. And then this money started to flow, right? And there was a prosecutor who was hounding the Burisma for breaking the law in Ukraine, all sorts of corruption. And that prosecutor was right on there, like he was about ready to convict them. And of course, Joe Biden, whose son is Hunter, just so happened when he was vice president, it just must be total coincidence, was in Ukraine. And he happened to put pressure on the Ukrainian government saying that some loan guarantees, I think it was like $1 billion at the time of loan guarantees, weren't going to go to Ukraine unless the prosecutor was fired and replaced with somebody, quote unquote, solid, which means somebody who won't continue going after the company on the board of which Hunter was sitting, his son. So whether it was criminal or not, it sure does look bad, right? And Hunter Biden with no experience in his life, and I'm not some hardcore MAGA person. I'm just telling you, this is my understanding of it. And I know people on the Democratic side want to push this away because MSNBC says it's a hoax and whatever. But they said that the Russiagate thing was real, right? So you can't always trust, you can rarely trust what these people say. But the bottom line is, you have somebody with no industry experience who all of a sudden goes to Ukraine, of all places, he's from America, sits on the board of a prominent natural gas company, gets paid like $180,000 a month to be on this board, or whatever it was, maybe it was 150. It's some outrageous amount of money for basically just providing what people allege is access to the vice president or the power structure of the U.S. That's what it looks like. And then you hear what Joe Biden was on a stage kind of, he tends to brag about stuff that he should just keep his mouth shut about. And I don't know if you've seen this clip, maybe I can play it for us. But he says basically, he's sitting with a group of people and he's talking about this situation I just mentioned. And he says, I told them, I'm not going to give you the money. The money's not going to come unless you fire this prosecutor. And they go, well, you don't have that authority. Only the president. You can just call the president, meaning Obama. So, Biden is, he seems like an older guy, kind of quiet. He's not. He's a mean, arrogant jerk. If you follow him in his younger years and you listen to him talk on the Senate floor, totally different animal. Literally, bad guy. He's not a good guy. He's nothing like they portray him to be. So anyway, yeah, by the way, Sheila's sharing the live. If you don't mind, I'll continue the story once people share the live some more. How about that for the cliffhanger? But if you don't mind, if you can not only tap on my forehead to up the likes, which I see people are doing, thank you. But also, there's if you hold the screen for a half a second, I didn't know this, all of your mutuals will come up and you can invite people. So if you could be so kind as to maybe attract some more eyeballs to our conversation, we can share some more of this with more people. Yeah, Gamo said, did you address the tweets? For those of you who don't know, there were some tweets that I had authored, back in time in my past that were brought up and brought out, and somebody put a video out about it. I've addressed it at length. I will say this, just to let you know, I don't think these are the kind of things you can address once or twice and they just kind of disappear forever, right? That's obviously, that's silly. At the same time, spending every last minute of every last day going through it step by step and constantly doing it, it just gets in the way of everything. So just a couple things to know. So I'm seeing somebody, someone who I see regularly for my VA stuff. I'm talking with him about that stuff. The point is to do what is necessary to, be in a better place, right? That's the whole point of all this. And you apologize to those who are affected, and that's the important thing to do. And then own it. Don't hide from it. I didn't go run away. I didn't go hide in the bushes. I'm not running away from anything. And listen, the whole reason stuff like this gets done to people, and listen, there's not that it justifies what anybody does that's wrong ever. But the point it's done is to try to get them to shut up, right? To denigrate their character and push them out of the public eye and kind of shame them into a cave, right? That's kind of the point. So anyway, the point is that one of the plans I have to do, I'm still working on it, just to let you know, it takes a little time to do this stuff, is to have a conversation with people who want to share their thoughts and feelings in a way that's constructive. And I'm trying to arrange that. I don't know if it's going to be done here on a live or if it's going to be done maybe on Zoom or somewhere off this platform. You got to remember, this platform, like it or not, on any issue, has thresholds of sensitivity. And so if you cross those thresholds here, your live gets taken down. It's just not the place to have in-depth conversations about super sensitive subjects. I don't know why. There's only so deep I can go into any issue that I talk about with you all. Places like Rumble, maybe YouTube, or even on Telegram or something like that, or like a Zoom call, a private forum. So that's what it's going to be. So for those of you who want to keep kind of bring up, listen, there's a time and a place. I spent 2 full hours. If you don't know, I spent 2 full hours addressing it. An hour and a half the first time this was talked about, another half an hour on the next program. We spent a good bit of time getting into it, let a lot of guests up and come up and talk. So that's a whole other issue. We'll talk about it later. It's an important thing to cover, but the way I look at it, listen, I talked to a lot of people to get some advice about this. I didn't just, make a decision, I'm doing this or that. I like anything in life, when you have a troubling situation, hopefully you reach out to others for counsel. So I did that across the board. And the overwhelming feedback that I got is, yeah, you need to address it. You probably want to do some things to not only work on it and also, have others talk about it with you, which is constructive and necessary. But don't give up. The most important thing is, I keep emphasizing, it's not about I've said this before any of this crap came to light or whatever. It's never about any one of the people that are advocating. It's about the message that's being advocated. And it's such an important time for all the voices to be on deck. And, whether one person has a couple stumbles along the way and isn't the perfect person, it doesn't matter. I say that about politics a lot. There's people who I align with politically on 7 out of 10 things. I really don't like the other 3. But as I talk about, to overcome the same challenges that we have in our society, we can't have a litmus test of perfection. And you can do whatever works for you. But I don't believe we can afford to have a litmus test of perfection, or we're never going to be able to come together and get stuff done. So with that style of thinking, I'm continuing to put one foot in front of the other as best I can. If you're somebody who doesn't want to watch those steps taking place, I understand. And I have nothing to say about any of it other than, it's kind of the kind of thing like this, not to be dismissive about it, because it's important to talk about these things, but everyone has to make their judgments on these types of situations. And some people, turn their back and walk, and some people, do the best they can to walk along, or some people, are able to do it differently. I don't know. I can't talk about it that more than that. But anyway, and listen, everybody has different standards in their life for how they hold themselves and others accountable. And that's your individual, your weather vane of morality and whatever you want to do. And that's for you to decide. I have to continue to do the work I know I can do and need to do to try to be helpful and try to spread, hopefully, truthful information and discuss things that are hard to discuss, like what's happening with this. Listen, there aren't many people, let's face it, when I first got on here, a lot of people said, hey, we need your voice. You're one of the few people from Americans that are speaking out so vociferously about this issue, and we need people like that. So, listen, I asked, hey, should I take a break for a while? Should I step aside? Whatever. Is it going to be a distraction? I asked all those questions, I think, like any considerate person would do. And that's the feedback that I got. So, anyway, so if those of you who keep asking the same questions or making the same comments, I don't want to mute anybody. But at the same time, I'm trying to, at least for the time being, move ahead with the other things we're going to talk about. And then there will be a time and place. It's not going to be, I'm not running away from anything, right? That's just not how I do stuff. So, and by the way, I do want to say that the people that came after me with a vengeance. I mean, and the thing is, listen, it's fair is fair. I upset these folks, and I did something similar to what they did to me in terms of the things they brought to light. I had put up some videos about things they were saying on TikTok, and they said some very unflattering things. Other people have posted other things that this same group of people have said that were, I would say 10,000 times worse than anything I've ever even thought in my life. So that angers people, right? And then they want to try to see if they can do the same back. And that makes sense. It's just the way this kind of stuff works. There's a big information war going on. It is a war of types. It's not fought with weapons and people, punching each other, but it is fought with as much digital, emphasis as one can bring to bear. And that's what you see. And that's what you're going to. And by the way, probably not the end of this stuff, right? I would imagine that, listen, there's different ways to, try to go after somebody. And when you remember what happened to President Kennedy, he was I can't say the word, but there's another, this is the virtual version of that, is what people try to do here. And it's unfortunate. But in the discourse, anybody who chooses to put themselves out there as a strong advocate for an issue as contentious as this is going to be, especially when it's against the status quo. Because right now, let's face it, the American public has been conditioned to support Israel. And a lot of people think you're crazy if you say anything about Palestinians, because they associate that with what happened on the 7th, that you support the group that did that. That's what you always get back. In fact, the very protests that we've seen, that's what some people say on the news, that a group of H group supporters were out protesting today, right? That's how they frame it. It's not that you're pro-Palestinian or you care about the lives of children and women who are being hit indiscriminately. The fact is that you are somebody who supports the T word. And I think that's really unfortunate. And that's unfortunately the framing that goes out on our media system all too frequently, as well as in Israel. And that's the problem. So I will guarantee you this. I always like to say, if you listen to me long enough, I've said it long before any of this stuff, I will always say or do something that's going to piss you off, because that's just how it is. We're all different, and I'm more of a controversial figure. I talk about controversial subjects. My takes are going to be takes sometimes that are going to really piss you off. And I understand that. I'm also somebody who's willing to talk about things that are supposed to not be talked about, like the hush-hush stuff. Why? Because I don't think anything should be off limits. I understand our society has maneuvered to a place in many cases where certain subjects are just taboo, and if you talk about it, you're automatically branded in a certain way because it shouldn't be talked about. There should be no nuance. But there's always nuance to stuff, right? And if you if you had a one of those Neuralinks into my head right now, one of those things Elon Musk is making where you can read somebody's thoughts, and you went through my brain and dissected the things that have formulated the things that prompted what was inappropriate, you would have a much different take. I'll just put it that way. And that doesn't substantiate it, because I think in some cases I agree wholeheartedly with some of the things that are out there that are sort of socially unacceptable. There's framing and language that should be off limits. I agree with that. But conversationally wise and talking about themes and issues, I think those things should not be off limits. Anyway, so getting back to Ukraine. So Joe Biden goes in there and sitting with a group of people on camera and makes this claim and says, hey, we're not going to let these loan guarantees come through that Ukraine desperately needed at the time. And so unless they get rid of this prosecutor. And he says during the same talk, he goes, well, son of a gun, or son of a bitch, he says. They fired the prosecutor and they put somebody in who was solid, meaning the power structure wins again, that justice isn't served, that the company that's doing all these illegal and unethical things don't get in trouble, don't get taken into account, and the band plays on. And it's always the same thing. It's always the same group of rich, arrogant, people that control the structures getting their way because power and money wins. And that's really sad. And there's a lot of questions right now going on with, that whole thing. It's not as dark a cloud as it was hanging over Joe Biden, but it should be. If they're going to accuse Donald Trump, and I don't like Trump either. Listen, I don't like any of these people, man. I don't support it. But if you're going to accuse Donald Trump, out of thin air, which is Hillary Clinton's work, by the way, that Donald Trump was in collusion with Russia, the whole Russiagate thing, and that was it took about a year, and that turned out to be nothing burger, right? Some people think he was, just because he couldn't be held guilty, there was nothing there, just so you know. That was 100% made up by a guy named Christopher Steele in this thing called the Steele dossier that Hillary Clinton herself prompted the beginning of. And if you look through the emails that came from Julian Assange, the whole WikiLeaks things, listen, people vilify Hillary for a lot of reasons. I will tell you this. She is a bad human being who does really awful things and has the intentions to do more of them if she can. She's not a good person. I think she may advocate for some women's rights, which I think is the only thing I can think about her that's positive. But even then, I question her motives there. I think she's a political creature, and she's ambitious in regards to politics, and she's just not a good human. And I don't want to say that about any human being. I want all of us to bring out our best, including myself. But, listen, when someone's actions destroy people's lives and when somebody's actions takes people's lives, that's a whole different ballpark, right? You may say, well, the pot's calling the kettle black. Other than my military service, I've never done anything violent towards anybody my whole life, nor will I. It's just not what it's about. You can't say that about her. She has ordered anyway, I don't want to get into it. What's my opinion on Haley? Oh my God, don't get me started. Somebody asked me what my opinion is on Nikki Haley. Okay. If you don't know who Nikki Haley is, first of all, her real name is Nimrata Haley. She's of Indian descent, and she changed her name to Nikki to be more appealing to the public politically. That in itself should tell you something about somebody, that they're just not themselves, right? They changed their name for political reasons. She was elected to the governorship of South Carolina. So she served as governor in South Carolina for a while. Then she was appointed under the Trump administration to be the UN representative for the United States. And of course, does all the bidding of the U.S., all the crazy stuff the U.S. does to block everything that matters to the rest of the world. All that stuff. The only dissenting voice on things like Israel, stuff like that everyone else is like, hey, this is a no-brainer. This needs to stop. She's like, nope, can't stop. Israel has a right to blah, blah. After the 7th, if you don't know who Nikki Haley is, she's in second place running for the Republican nomination in the United States primary for the Republican nomination for U.S. president. And I guess in a weird way, to her credit, she's been able to speak in such a way that she's got enough people believing her. But she's a complete creature of the establishment. She's involved in the arms industry. She's sat on the boards of arms companies. She takes money from them out the yin-yang. She's probably going to have a job there when she finishes up here with whatever her political career is. She's like Condoleezza Rice. She's just greased. The skids are greased entirely for someone like Nikki Haley. And, of course, she takes a lot of money from AIPAC. And she is somebody who advocates heavily for Israel. If you don't know this, the day after the attacks happened, she went on TV and she said, Netanyahu, finish them. Finish them. Now, she didn't say H group. That everyone thought that's what she meant. I don't know exactly what she meant. I'm presuming that. But I think she knew full well. She's sort of this rabid, warmongering politician who does the bidding of the establishment, is completely bought off, and is for personal power, and trying to paint it in this first woman president, whatever you want to call it. That's my opinion on Nikki Haley. And, it's hard to say positive things about most politicians because, unfortunately, the further up the ranks you go in politics, the more you have to sell your soul to moneyed interests, right? Well, first of all, Nazareth, somebody says, please run for office. I think people know who have followed my recent situations. Listen, even if I was completely squeaky clean and from the bar of ivory soap, just because of how I communicate and the things I say and the things I'm aware of and the way I advocate, I'd never be allowed to even step near the door. Much less, if I did get in somehow, I would not be allowed to stick around. I'd be at least, at best, a one-term representative, or I would never be in Senate or president. And people like me just aren't welcome. We don't even get the time of day. So it's not, and by the way, it's not practical for me to be in public office. Politics is such a dirty game, and you have to just like I said, you have to sacrifice your soul and make so many compromises to your integrity to get ahead. I think someone like me is a better advocate in a public forum where I can try to share what I know as long as they're going to let me. Like I said, I've talked about this before. I could be gone one day. You just never hear from me again. You never know to what extent people go who find a voice threatening. And I'm not putting that much specialty on myself. I'm just, some guy on TikTok with, 100,000 followers, which is, in the world of media, is nobody. I'm a nobody, right? So, but it could be that I'm so annoying, like a little pesky gnat at the summer party, that you smack it, and that could happen. So who knows? And I'm hoping to increase my reach if I can. But again, the best thing to do is to not get so self-involved in it, right? What I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to do what I can, and if the journey goes that way, great. If it doesn't, so be it. But I enjoy talking about this stuff, and I know for a lot of people, it's hard to, it's not everything's easy. Listen, if you start to touch a nerve with some people, they're going to do anything they can to shut you up, right? Which could include up to the worst possible circumstances. But politics, I've talked about this a lot. I think, this is my take, and you can disagree. I do think voting is not a bad thing to do. I think it's a power that we do have, and we can exercise that power, especially at the local level, when you vote for your mayor or your county elected officials, wherever you may be from, whatever that structure is. Aldermen, if you're down in a southern state. The state house and the state representatives is a little less so. There's a lot more money floating around there, especially with the governor and the key party officials. You get into the federal level, it's a swamp of money. It's just completely taken over by money now. And if you drive around the suburbs around DC, you're going to see some of the biggest mansions you've ever seen in your life, and the richest people in the world. Why is that? Because it's just a big slush fund, and everyone there is just siphoning their little bit off it as best they can, and then they work for these big companies that do the same, these contractors, and you have a portfolio of shares. And the other thing is, Congress people, on top of the fact that they're plied with money, most of them make most of their money in terms of their net worth by insider trading. And they have this thing called the Stocks Act, which is supposed to stop them from doing it, but nobody does. And even Nikki Haley does it. She's made a lot of money off of getting into positions in certain companies that then explode in value after different things legislatively happen. She's on the inside. And you're allowed to do that in government for some reason. If you work in Congress, there's an exception that you're not held to the same standard as a private citizen. If I were to find something out from a Congress buddy and I would trade in front of it, that's illegal, because I have privileged information. It's called insider. It's what Martha Stewart got convicted of. But you're not allowed to trade off stuff that's privileged. You have to kind of play on an even playing field, so they say. It happens all the time, by the way, of course. Because if you don't know this, the stock market is not like this free and open market. It's absurdly manipulated. It's absurdly manipulated. All sorts of backdoor deals and collusion, and it's an ugly, ugly game that uses crafty tactics to steal money from people who are unsuspecting. That's what happens. That's why it's hard for people like you and I to play the game, because we don't have that same access. We don't have the same level of capital. We don't have the inside info, all that stuff. So, it's an interesting game, and to learn to play it takes a long time. So I'm on my journey to try to learn it. I think, given my lifestyle and the way I speak out, I can't go work for a company. Most places are not going to want to have a person like me. First of all, I've been my own owner of a company, and that personality type, that entrepreneur type who kind of feels like a competitive aspect, most owners don't want someone like that in their business, unless you're going to run the company with them. And a lot of times, you don't make a good employee. I mean, you're competent, you can do the tasks, but you're pretty much smart enough to run the whole company. And someone who's running a company doesn't want somebody like that in the ranks, so to speak. And I've been in that position before. And I'm telling you, it's not a comfortable place to be for either party. So, and if you can't get a job, you have to find some way to either work your own business or maybe do something like trading, which is a business in and of itself. And that's just how I'm wired. Professor Gill says, Trump is the best. Let's talk about that, Professor Gill. Listen, first of all, a lot of people, when they hear somebody say that, will say, oh, they'll disparage you for whatever reason. Like, he's got 93 indictments. You hear that one a lot. That guy doesn't. First of all, I personally believe that much of the indictments in this criminal process around Trump is all politicized. I mean, if you just look at the trial dates they put in place, they've staggered them perfectly so he goes from one to the next to the next. It's just, it never happens that way. If you know anything about the criminal justice system, if you're charged with a crime, it'll take you a couple years sometimes to even stand trial. And they schedule these things within like 2 or 3 months, which just, they've moved the entire, it's called the docket, the number of cases each court has to see. They've cleared the docket to move Trump in, and it's a witch hunt. I agree with that. And the other thing is, maybe some of the charges are, I don't know for sure. I mean, the criminal justice process will take whatever course it does, and I don't think it's going to be fair no matter what it does. And I'm not defending Trump, because I don't even like the guy for a number of personal reasons that are more important to me than any of the things I think he could do that are positive. The one thing I will say about the guy that I think is better is this. He's not a great guy. He oversaw the assassination of Soleimani, the Iranian general, who was beloved, by the way, in Iran. He also maintained the troop presence in Syria and bragged about stealing their oil, which I think is pretty bad, right? But we didn't start any new foreign wars, and I do think that if what was going to happen in Ukraine, I don't think it would have happened the same way if Trump was in power. Because look, the Bidens were heavily involved with the whole Ukrainian machine, right? And therefore, he could grease the skids and facilitate. And look what the United States did with Ukraine, by the way. And we'll talk more about Trump in a second. But they used the Ukrainian armed forces and all their people, all the destruction they knew would accompany this, to basically push NATO objectives, U.S. geopolitical objectives and military objectives, and all the money that got taken out of the Treasury cycled through defense contractors and other entities that made bank. Right? So it's a win-win-win for those in the establishment. Who lost? The Ukrainian people who got displaced as refugees, and all the people who have died, both civilians and armed forces. And it's been huge. Now, somebody says you're wrong about Trump. Now, I don't know if that means I'm wrong about the things about no war, or if he's a bad guy or whatever. I know this is a very contentious subject. So let me first of all say that whatever your take is, it's understandable. Because the way that our communication systems work in the United States, it's done for the sole purpose of inflaming people for or against a particular issue or person. That's it. Somebody says I'm wrong about all of it. You know, as far as that goes, let's pick one thing. Silent Night 15. And by the way, you know, maybe I am. I always like to say that my takes on stuff, I'm not married to them. Because if you are, then you look like an idiot because you've emphasized something you're wrong about for so long. I think a lot of this stuff, just so you know, is subjective, right? So there's what's happening. I always talk about this difference. There's what's actually happening. Like, what does the man actually do? And then what are people's interpretations of those actions, right? So, you know, listen, the way I look at it is this. Trump is probably the most vilified politician in modern history, I believe. And the reason why he's vilified, I believe, is not just, it's twofold, I think. One, let's face it, he has a very sketchy track record when it comes to how he treats women. I think he objectifies women. I think he says very cavalier things. He uses derogatory slang. He's like a guy that just wants to get laid a lot, let's face it, right? That's what it seems like. And just doesn't care who gets hurt along the way, just using women, right? That's what people think. And who knows what happened in the E. Jean Carroll. He was accused of, SA, and there was a judgment in a civil case that he just lost. I think it's like $83 million, $87 million, something like that. And yeah, he says a lot of things that upset people, right? So he's a very controversial figure. Some people love him. Some people hate his guts, right? But why does the establishment not like him? Why are they so afraid of him being in power? Well, here's what I believe. One, he's a different animal that can't be controlled, right? He has his own money to some extent. And while, listen, he's from the same class of people, so much of what he does is going to favor that class of the wealthy, elite sort of oligarchy. So he's in that regard, he's sort of in that bucket. But when it comes to other things where the party structure and the command and control that's normally set in place by these large, he's not controllable as much. And they hate that, especially when it comes to foreign policy. And remember, I've talked about this power structure a lot. So one of the key elements of this power structure is the permanent embedded security state, the three-letter agencies, media apparatus that kind of wraps up into this one sort of consistent thing from administration to administration. He upsets the apple cart. He and the intelligence community butted heads. Normally, presidents are like rubber stamps for whatever the intelligence community or the armed forces says, let's go do. Listen, love him or hate him, and I don't think he's a dumbass, by the way. A lot of people can convict him or say he's an idiot. He's not an idiot. He's very adept politically. He's very adept in terms of how he speaks with people, even though he's very polarizing. He's very street smart when it comes to how to communicate, and I think that's one of his key strengths. And listen, he's made himself into what he is. He had the show on TV. He's created this whole image, his whole brand of Trump, and he's had some failures, but he's relied on the government for bailouts, and he's used the bankruptcy laws. He's used everything to his benefit. That's everything that's wrong with how business people do stuff. But that's what he does. And so I'm not a big fan for a lot of those reasons. But I will say this: I like the fact that there's somebody acting as a check in some form on these diabolical madmen and women who are embedded in the State Department and the national security, all those agencies that just do horrible things. At least there's some kind of a filter, right? I think that's better than nothing. I do think that we have a much less likelihood of being involved in a broader conflict and potentially nuclear conflict with Trump. I believe that, and I know a lot of people say the opposite, and that's fine if you disagree. And the reason I say that is because of what I just mentioned. He's going to be somebody who's going to be a second set of eyes and ears that's going to not just go along with the flow. So, but let's talk about we talked about some of his downsides, and people feel very strongly about either way. If I was female and I was a feminist, I would hate the guy because I think he's a dickhead. Excuse the language. And I understand people hate his guts for that reason. And that's fair. He is what he is. He doesn't hide it. He puts it out there, right? And, I don't know what his relationship is with his wife, Melania, but I would imagine there's some goings on around that because it's always been goings on, where there's smoke, there's fire. But he does advocate for the U.S. in certain ways. He doesn't want to have the U.S. paying into NATO, out the yin-yang while Europeans benefit from the security alliances. Although, let's face it, U.S. investors and U.S. rich people and some of these multinational elites benefit from that system that's in place, right? So sometimes you got to wonder what are the driving reasons behind that. So, but it's very contentious. And listen, some people think that if he's elected, like, some of the people that are quote unquote more liberal, they've been celebrities and said, or like Cher said she's leaving, Barbara Streisand said she's leaving the country if he gets elected. I think Cher said the same thing. They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. They benefit too much from this system to go anywhere. And basically, I think it doesn't matter much in the end who gets into office. It really doesn't. So the bottom line is this: there's a certain set of power structures that basically put bookends on the president. There's only so much power a president has, and they do have a lot of power, especially since with the War Powers Act. But in the end, here's the bet I'll make. You ready? And if anybody wants to take this bet, you pick the number, I'll go with it. I'll borrow the money to go against you. I bet you that in 4 years, whether Trump's elected or Biden or whoever they put in his place, the rich people in this country will have more money. The policies that serve them will stay or get better in terms of taxation and other types of situations. And we'll still have a war state that's doing whatever the hell it wants, regardless of who's in there. I will guarantee you, I'll take that bet all day long. Because that's been, listen, they say the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, and that's what the U.S. has done, just like Israel's done for the last, 7 decades. It's always the same stuff. You can say what you want publicly, but the behavior remains the same. Great book to read, by the way, if you want to see this. There's actually 2 that I recommend. Not the books. This person has many books. His name is Michael Parenti. So if you want to know the ugly underbelly of the U.S. empire and all of those 3-letter things I described, that whole permanent structure that never seems to change from administration to administration, it just keeps on doing its thing, read Michael Parenti. He's probably done the best job of any author I've ever read that talks about it. He's amazing. And it's happened you can go online and Google U.S. intervention since pick your date and check that out. That'll tell you about how it works. And on the economic side, there's a whole economic system that we use to try to get our way and get away from it. It's called Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins. So if you haven't read any Michael Parenti, you can listen to his lectures on YouTube if you're more of a video person. Same thing with John Perkins. But if you haven't read either of those authors' work, if you can take a weekend and just read their books, you'll be like, whoa, super eye-opening. And again, this is what empires do, right? And let's face it, the U.S. is an empire. We like to look of ourselves as this like benevolent republic that's just doing democracy and freedom and liberty, right? I mean, if you believe that, I want to sell you some beachfront property in the Sahara Desert. We would have a good relationship on that. But getting back to Trump and Biden or whoever, I don't think Joe Biden's going to be the nominee. I think there's going to be some reason, probably in the summer of this year, that they'll have to say, you know what, for personal reasons and health reasons and maybe the betterment, whatever, they're going to find a way to put him aside. They may keep him. He's a very compliant guy to work with. He's a creature of the establishment. He was a senator for 5 or 6 terms, right? That's not somebody who's pushing it back at the establishment. Yeah, and listen, if you don't know, we still have troops occupying Syria. We have a lot of military bases. The one where the three soldiers just died on the United States side, that's a base that wasn't supposed to be publicly known. That was a clandestine military base in the edge of Jordan between Syria and right on the border with Syria. And we have certain clandestine bases we're not even supposed to have a troop presence in Jordan, but because we have a good relationship with the King of Jordan, they allow us to have a secret base there. Well, it's not so secret anymore, and of course, obviously, intelligence services knew about it. So every single thing like that happens is an escalation. I don't know if you heard this, but Biden said there will be a response, and we're not really sure what form that's going to take. And I have not checked the news this morning, so if anybody's up on the latest and I haven't seen it, then by all means let me know, because I don't always get to the news as fast as I should. But I will tell you this. The other thing that listen, this may get taken down on TikTok. This is an opinion. Okay, I don't have evidence to support this, but I have some suspicion that the U.S. election system, as much as we would like to think that we're like this glowing democracy, you can go online and look up transparency of elections, and countries are ranked like from the most transparent down to the least transparent. And just go look where the U.S. is on that list. It's analyzed by outside independent entities, so it's not favoritism, and you'll be shocked. So we have voting machines that have software that's proprietary. The companies who make the machines say that it cannot be audited because it's proprietary software. That's crazy. Why should we have privatized voting elections by companies third party? They're possible hacking could be one thing, or even influence from the company, maybe both. Who knows? And then during the pandemic, we had what's called mail-in ballots or absentee ballots. Normally, absentee ballots are only used for people like in the military, like I was. You can vote from abroad, or if you're a U.S. citizen and you hold dual citizenship somewhere and you want to vote from abroad, you would do what's called an absentee ballot. You would mail your vote in by mail. Well, in the pandemic, because people couldn't or weren't supposed to be together, they didn't want people gathering at the polling locations to do their electronic voting or however they're going to do it. People did mail-in ballots en masse. And most of the Trump voters that were supporting Donald Trump, the pandemic got politicized. And so the Trump voters, mostly most conservatives, were not as concerned or scared about the personal interaction with regard to the pandemic, the virus, what do you want to call it? Or the corona sickness, I think somebody called it, the cerveza sickness. I think George Gammon came up with this good. So they went to the polls first during the day. So the numbers looked askew for Trump, right? But then as the night went on and the mail-in ballots were being tallied by the different municipalities, the tide turned, and of course Biden was declared the president. However, there's a lot of conjecture. Again, I don't have proof, but there was a movie put out called 2,000 Mules, I think it was called. And it alleged in the movie that there was stuffing of extra ballots in there were these drop-off locations in different places throughout the country, and every city had it a little different, but it was like a big mailbox basically, and you could take your ballot and you could drop it in like you would a piece of mail. And there's video of people, these mules, quote unquote, that supposedly had large quantities of these ballots where the states were important, like they call them swing states, where the vote really makes a big difference. And they showed them putting them into these mailboxes en masse. And so a lot of people think there was some impropriety there. I happen to think it's more likely than not, because just politics is dirty. It's dirty business, man. But some people dismiss that. Now, when the Trump administration and Donald Trump called that into question, he said it was a fake election. He said it was not appropriate, and he challenged it both legally and also verbally. Of course, he's still talking about it to this day. And the legal challenges were turned down not for the merits of the cases, but for lack of standing, meaning they just wouldn't hear the case. So for those people who say, well, it's been through like 50 judges, many of whom are Trump supported, no, it didn't. It never went through the appropriate scrutiny that it needed to. And I think if they did have the scrutiny it needed to, it probably would have shown some of these anomalies. But of course, it's past news at this point. We can't, those things are under the bridge. It's like, sometimes you have a football game and there's a bad call, and even though the game should have been different, it's in the books, right? So that's what's happened there. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll say this. If the election does not involve whatever let's call them shenanigans. I use that word for the stuff that goes on here as far as keeping people's content down. If there are no shenanigans and it's a fair and square deal, Trump's going to win hands down. I guarantee it. Now, you may say that's crazy. The guy has these charges against him, whatever. People are too angry about what we've seen abroad with Ukraine and what we've seen in Israel. It's horrible. But even more so, you know what they're really pissed about? Inflation. And the younger generation especially, which normally doesn't vote in a large, they're voting this time. They are pissed. And so they're going to look at this and they're going to vote against anybody who's making their, people who are young, if they have a job, they're lucky to have that. They can't afford a car payment. They're living with their parents until they're 35. You know, they have no chance to have all the same things that everybody else had because the amount of money we earn versus the cost of living has become in the wrong direction. The salaries aren't enough to live a normal American lifestyle. Everyone's living in the basement now, literally in their parents' basement. That causes people to get angry because the number one issue in the United States, like it or not, is the economy and people's standard of living. And if their standard of living is dropping, people are pissed. Under Trump, right, wrong, or indifferent, you can say it was his policies. The economic cycles usually work independent of presidents, and the most influential aspect of that policy is central bank policy with regard to interest rates. Trump benefited from historically low interest rates in that the economy had cheap money to be loaned out, which allowed businesses to flourish, more jobs to be had, and therefore there was more people making more money. And he did do a tax break during his 88% of which went to the wealthiest 1%. The other 12% was split up among the population. But it did reduce some people's taxes by some amount, and they were happy about that. Who likes to pay more taxes, right? So he stood on those two things. The stock market did well. Businesses hired more people. There was less unemployment. It's still close now, but I think the numbers are complete bullshit. But people were happier, right? Gas was a little less expensive. You know, gas is a big issue for people. It was more like $2.10. Now it's like $3 or $3.50, and maybe more in some of the states that tax it more. These are the pocketbook issues that most retail politics depend on. And most politicians know this all too well. And they know they're going to suffer the slings and arrows of increased prices. And Biden, unfortunately, he's done some things I think that have been unwise, policy-wise. But more importantly, these cycles have affected him negatively. And it's just the timing. It happened to George W. Bush, the senior Bush, George H.W. Bush in the early 90s. Same thing. He got hit by a downturn. It's just bad timing for him. So Trump wanted the central banks to lower the rates even further. They were already down at like 1%. Anyway, so that's where things are. So people just vote their pocketbook for the most part. And there's some other issues like, maybe women's health care can be a hot point issue. This war, both in Ukraine, but most importantly in what's happening with Palestine. A lot of people are super pissed about that. They're like, I'm not voting for Biden no matter what. I don't care what happens. So there's a lot of anger around that. And like I said, more young people are on apps like TikTok and Instagram and others that they see the information that has further inflamed that point of view. Now, they may not vote at all. They may just sit it out because they can't bring themselves to vote for Trump because they don't like him. But they're not going to come out and vote for Biden, is what I believe, or whoever the nominee ends up being. And some people have surmised it may be, Michelle Obama. I tend to lean towards the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. And why I say that is he's made trips to China to meet with the head of the Chinese state. Why would a California governor go to China to visit the premier of the head of the Chinese Communist Party if he didn't have some sort of future leadership role? That's makes sense to me. Now, I do see somebody in the comments saying vote blue. There's a statement that says vote blue no matter who. If you don't know what blue and red is, I'll explain that. So the color that's associated with the Democratic Party in the United States is considered blue, and the Republican Party is called red. So that's why somebody said vote blue for Democrats. And there are a lot of people that are going to vote for a Democrat no matter who it is because they just can't stand Trump, right? That's understandable. Somebody says we're doomed if Gavin Newsom wins. I happen to think that Gavin Newsom is just the worst, the greasiest, the slimiest, just the typical slick, say whatever he wants to say, do the opposite for the rich kind of guy. So if you like him, good for you. I think he's like Justin Trudeau in my book. He's just a total bought and paid for lackey. Anyway, but getting back to it, so in terms of how politics work in the United States, if you don't know this, the presidency is actually 50 separate races. And then if each state has a certain number of what are called electors. So the more population you have in your state, the more electors you get. Now, when it comes to Senate races, every state has 2 senators. So that there's no difference. So if you live in Idaho, which has much less people, and you live in, let's say, New York, which has way more people, or California, they still only get 2 senators, which is part of our system. So in some cases, it seems unfair because the states with less people have a far greater influence over the outcome, and people with a lot of population get less of a say because of that. But in the House of Representatives, it's based on population. So just like the electors are. So there are these actual people called electors that actually are supposed to do the bidding of the people. So if you're in California, it's got 45 electoral votes. You have to get to 270 to win the presidency. So you can have more total votes throughout the whole country, like Hillary Clinton did in the 2016 election against Donald Trump, and still lose the presidential race, because if you have more votes in one state, you win all the electors, but those extra votes that won you that don't apply anywhere else. They only apply in the one state race. So you go state by state, and therefore each election cycle, based on the demographics and the changing political stuff, and also the drawing of political boundaries, something called gerrymandering. Each state house gets to change where they want to put their districts to vote. And they do that in such a way to their benefit. So if Republicans are in charge of the governorship, they'll redraw the lines in such a way that it makes more areas more likely to win certain types of elections than not. So between gerrymandering and the demographics, they have these pollsters that go out and they ask people, hey, are you likely to vote for the Democrat or the Republican? Third parties never win. Let's not even talk about that. But they can tilt the balance. So if it's very close, 50-50, and there's a third party that, let's say, some Democrats like, so they peel off, that can hurt the Democrats, and then the Republican, or vice versa. So in these 50 separate races, normally there's only a handful of states, maybe 3, 4, 5 states, that tilts the election. And sometimes it's Ohio, sometimes it's Pennsylvania, sometimes it's Arizona. We had like 6 or 7 last cycle that were did. So if there's a good guy on MSNBC that talks about this. What's his name? He's like the only person in all the networks that I like to watch when it comes to elections, because he's not biased. He just does these. He's very good at analyzing what I'm trying to explain to you. Anyway, and I only know the surface of it. But so what happens is the key states, they call them the swing states. Most of the political campaigning is done in these key states, because pretty much the Democrats always win California. Republicans win a lot of the Bible Belt states where there's more conservative Christianity. They're Republican. They almost always vote Republican. If you go to Louisiana, you go to Arkansas, they vote Republican. Or no, maybe not Arkansas, but a lot of these states, they vote Republican. They just do, always. Like the race, Alabama, Mississippi. These are good examples of Republican states. So they're already solid. They don't have to go work on those because they're going to win no matter what. Other states are solid Democrat. California, New Jersey, Maryland. These are states where they always vote Democrat. So they don't even bother. They don't have to. But the states that are close, they have to go out and try to win. And so what happens is we have these battles, and that's where the election transparency comes in. And when George Bush won back in 2000, there's a lot of questions about Florida, which was that one key state that it all came down to. And when John Kerry was running against George Bush, it was Ohio. So it always comes down to 1 or 2 states where the counting makes a big difference, and it's usually very close. Because we're very split in this country. It's not like we have a large Republican red group or a large blue group. It's very, very close to 50-50. But the reason why I think Trump's going to win is because in the key states, he tends to carry the vote. And he can lean on these economic issues, which really do tend to shape people's opinions. And that's something that the Biden administration will say things right now like, we've created more new jobs. People don't give a shit about that. They care about how they're doing, how they perceive they're doing. So that's what I think it's going to come down to. And I think if Trump is not, if he's still alive, who knows what's going to happen there, because anybody can have a heart attack or whatever. And if he is not in some sort of exclusionary situation with regard to the 14th Amendment, which is something about sedition, where you can't run for office if you've been accused of, if you've been convicted of doing something that's against your country. And a lot of people conflate what happened on January 6th. There's a number of Democratic states that are trying to challenge his ability to be on the ballot in the first place in the primary. And I think several states have done that. I think Maine is one of them, and Colorado is another. And others are saying they're going to do it. But the point is, he's going to be able to contest those in court and override. They're unconstitutional, basically. Somebody says RFK could break the 2-party system. I'll tell you why I disagree. I think RFK can tilt the election. But he's a weird candidate because some people on the left gravitate to him for things like regulation. Other people gravitate to him on the right for things like what he has to say about the pharmaceutical industry and vis-a-vis the pandemic. So he may be more of a 50-50 poll from both parties. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the polling. But this is all called retail politics. I follow it because it's an interesting conversation. But I was a political science major in college. You might this is all stuff you can see if you just watch television, right? It's all TV based stuff. But the question is, which polls are more accurate? There's a site called realclearpolitics.com or .org, and they tend to take a number of different polls because each one has different questions they ask and different potential validity or invalidity. But they average them out, and they usually are pretty close. So if you want to go to Real Clear Politics, you can check out some of that stuff. But and again, there are wild cards like black swans. Or let's say, for example, we do break out into a huge regional war. Look what happened with Netanyahu. He's terribly unpopular. There was no way he was going to get reelected at that point. People were pissed. And then look what happened. This war breaks out, and all of a sudden, everyone's like, we got to stick with our guy because he's in power. We got to win this war. That could happen to Biden or whomever. We get involved in this huge war, and people are like, well, we might like Trump more, but the average person who's in the middle may say, let's not switch things up in the middle of this. We got to win this first, right? Somebody said, okay, a couple things. Can you explain why the third party never works and thoughts on Dr. Cornel West? Okay, let me address the first one and then I'll address the second one. So why does the third party never work? Because of the power structure in our country. I've talked about the power structure over and over again, but if you haven't heard it, I'll lay it out for you. It comes down to the high net worth individuals. Let's face it, we live in an oligarchy, an oligopoly, where the richest people in the country affect the policies more than anybody else. That plus the permanent establishment of the national security state, which makes a lot of the foreign policy decisions. And then you have the corporations play a role. They have special interests around their industries. And then you have other groups like AIPAC and others that represent other interests, all of whom are vying for, like the National Rifle Association would be another good example. All of those interest groups are trying to get their bidding done, whether it's subsidies from the government, tax breaks, have laws be less restrictive so more commerce can take place. That's a good thing with the NRA would be a good example of that group. Because we've had how many school situations have we had where somebody comes in and does what they do and all these children get hurt, unalived. And yet America doesn't change their gun laws. Why is that? It's because of groups like the NRA, and we have this thing called the Second Amendment, which is a constitutionally enshrined as a right to have these things, but there's a lot of question as far as the interpretation. It said a well-regulated militia is what it said is. So that's, who knows if allowing everybody to have these things is a militia. I don't know. But between constitutional determination and the nature of the political system, there's been less rather than more regulation. Let's just put it that way. So, and that happens on all these levels. So the third party system, why doesn't it work? Because the party structures make sure that nobody can make it into the moneyed game that they control. And therefore, just like with Diane Sayre, I had her on last week around this time, and she's an independent candidate for Senate in the state of New York. She's running against Kirsten Gillibrand, who's the incumbent Democrat. It's very hard for the Diane Sayres of the world to get money, which is necessary to run advertisement to get your name out to people. Because let's face it, ads on online platforms and ads on television is the way you reach 99% of people nowadays, right? And if you don't have that money to do that, you aren't going to reach those people. And like it or not, this is where our attention is on two things, mostly our phones now, but somewhat on TV. You may put it in the background while you're making dinner or whatever the hell it may be. But when those ads come on, you at least hear the person's name. I'm so-and-so, I approve this message, right? Name recognition is a big part of it. The third-party candidates don't get that. That's why it's a very big uphill climb. And the best the third-party candidates ever done, and this is just history, you can look it up, performance of third-party candidates in U.S. presidential elections is 27% of the popular vote and 19% of the electoral vote, which is what I mentioned earlier about these electors. So by the way, that's a very large amount to get. That's huge, but it's insufficient to become president. And the system nowadays, even a good candidate in a party gets kept down. Bernie Sanders was very popular in 2016, and the establishment wanted Hillary Clinton to be the nominee for obvious reasons. She's a total creature. And Bernie was talking about education for all, Medicare for all, all these socially oriented things rather than all this money going to the top, fair taxation of the wealthy. They don't want that. They don't want to be taxed. They don't want somebody who's going to be challenged. They want somebody who's going to get along and go along. That's Hillary Clinton in a nutshell. She's a total creature of the establishment. So they're not going to let anybody in who's not already approved. In fact, a lot of people say that candidates are not elected, they're selected. They're pre-selected by people. Now let's talk about Cornel West and where he fits into that. Dr. Cornel West, if you don't know him, used to be a professor at Princeton. He's a prominent intellectual, outspoken, sort of advocate for working class people and speaking against the injustices of the national security state and the corporate control of our country. I love Cornel West. I've met Cornel West. He's a great man. And I think he is somebody who would be great to have in a leadership position in our country. Couple challenges with Dr. Cornel West. Way too nice. Way too good of a person to play the hardball, in my opinion, in politics, which is you have to have some sort of resolve that's very steely. I think he's a very brave man, but I don't think his personality is situated to being great at politics. But I'd love to have him in. I think once he would get in, he would be good at implementing policies that would be good for the average person. On top of that, Cornel's already been marginalized in his positions because he's taken stances against things like Israel. And that's the kiss of death in this country. He's against what Israel is doing. He's also against what the H group did, but he's been very outspoken about the fact that the Palestinian people need to have their own state, and that just doesn't play in Washington. It just doesn't play. That's the political climate we're in. So anybody who advocates anything other than pro-Israel, automatically disqualified. Automatically. Which sucks. Now, somebody says, why? So first of all, somebody says, why don't I like Dr. Shiva? If you don't know who Dr. Shiva is, Dr. Shiva Adurari. He's an Indian. His family's from India. He's in the United States. He's a very smart guy. I've learned a lot from listening to Dr. Shiva. If you haven't been to him, seen him, just Google Dr. Shiva. Here's the problem with Dr. Shiva. He's got an ego, a big ego, which is not a bad thing. He's very competent. But he pisses everybody off because he is smart, but he broadcasts it. The last thing we want to hear from somebody is a know-it-all, right? And anybody who's like, oh, I know this and I'm the best, and that doesn't play well with anybody. It kind of turns people off. And in addition, he doesn't cozy up to anybody in power. Let's face it, if there's a power structure that controls things, you've got to play the game a little bit. And he's completely fighting it from the ground up. Now, I agree with the fact that things have to be fought for any successful outcome from the ground up. I'm complete in agreement there with him. However, right now we're not in a place where that's going to be accepted, and I agree with that too. I talk about it a lot, but as far as being practical as whether it could happen, I think we're still a little further away from that. I think things have to get tougher for people before that's going to really resonate, unfortunately. So if you haven't heard what Dr. Shiva talks about, he talks about the swarm, which is very typical. I talk about the power structure. What he talks about the swarm is the power structure plus a little more societal elements that sort of drive what we're seeing. So if you haven't seen Dr. Shiva, he's got this group, which I think it's paid or something, but it's a course you get to take that explains everything to you, which I think is good for anybody. I probably would learn a lot from it myself. But, I don't support any of the independent candidates for president because I think that's just an impossible mission. I do support somebody independent for Senate because I think it's at least somewhat possible. Unlikely, but somewhat possible. The key thing I want to do is see somebody out there speaking to the country. But even people like Cornel West, they have to go on podcasts. They don't get much airtime on national TV. Some, like Cornel West, has been on Sean Hannity's program a number of times, and they have it out. But unfortunately, it just doesn't have a big enough reach. The people that get the real money, they're in the debates. By the way, the debate system is a joke. Trump didn't even go to the debates for the Republican debates that have been held. And the Democratic debates, which will come up, there may be some challenges, but it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. There is going to be there are 3 or 4 people right now that are really in the leading positions. There's Marianne Williamson, Cornel West, this guy named Dean Phillips. They're not going to even scratch the surface of the numbers in the polling. Unfortunately, I think they'd all be better people to have in government, but it's just not practical. Politics is about realism. Unfortunately, it's about compromise, realism, and you got to play. It's a bad game. Am I an actor? No, I'm not an actor. Somebody said, am I an actor? No, I'm not an actor. And listen, by the way, just to let you know, and this is my style, I have never once had a script or an outline or even an agenda for these talks. I just start going. It's like press the button and whatever comes out, comes out. And I answer a lot of questions, but I can talk for hours just about whatever else, So no, I'm not a paid actor. I would be terrible as an actor, I think. Oh yeah, sorry, I got a pot right here. Sorry, thank you for saying that. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm not cooking. That was just a pot that had a lid that was a little loose and it was making some noise. So again, getting back to the question, I don't believe that Cornel West will have much success climbing the ranks. The good thing about people who are running, there's Cenk Uygur is running from the Young Turks. Some of what Cenk says I love, especially his support for Palestinians. the way he tries to plug into retail politics, I think he has a little too much faith in the system, I believe. Although I think he has some ideas about constitutional amendments we need to have through his wolf pack and stuff, which is to overturn Citizens United, the thing that allows unlimited money in politics. I think that's smart. But again, the same system that implemented that, you have to get through to change it, and it's not going to happen, right? And somebody said, I saw a very thoughtful video by a guy that was standing in front of a snowy environment. I don't know if you've seen it. It was on TikTok. And he talks about the fact that we need to basically have a national movement to get rid of everybody who's elected right now and put in all new people. And that would help to some extent, like a citizens council. I believe we need to have that. The problem is that if it doesn't eliminate the power structure, it's going to get crushed. It's the power structure that has to change for any of this other stuff to change. Otherwise, I talk about the marionettes, right? And the fact that if you see a marionette show, someone is holding the wires that go up to something they're holding, right? So the stage is the political structure, and the people on the stage are the politicians that get all. You can change one out for the other. You can change a blue doll, take it off, put a red doll, but you still got somebody at the top waving them around. They're dancing on the stage. What you got to do is you got to climb those metal wires, yank it out of their hands, and put somebody better holding it at the top. That means displacing those people somehow. And it's going to be hard to do because they're very much entrenched with their money and power. The system is set up to incentivize and to reward those with money. And so that's going to be difficult. There's been somebody waiting in the panel. Riri's here. Sorry to make you wait so long, Riri. We started getting off on some players. We're talking about an hour. Normally about 30 minutes in, I let people come up on the panel. So I'll bring Riri up in just a second. Almost done with this diatribe about politics. I rarely talk about this, by the way, because I think it's unfortunately relatively insignificant in the bigger picture. But it is fun to talk about. It's an interesting spectacle that happens every 2 or 4 years. We have the general elections every 4 years and what are called the midterm elections every 2 years. So I tend to, listen, if I had somebody put a gun to my head and said support, I had to make a choice, and I don't like saying this, but right at this point in time, I'd probably have to vote for Trump. The only reason I would do it, it's not because I like him, and not that I hate so much about the guy, especially his environmental and regulatory policies, which are total garbage, and led to the train accident we saw in East Palestine near Ohio and Pennsylvania border that devastated that community because of regulations that Trump removed, which would have not happened if those regulations weren't stripped. But my main concern is avoiding catastrophe, because nothing matters if we have an exchange of these intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? Let's face it, that's the end. I think that Trump is the better candidate for not putting us in a position where we're vulnerable to that. I think that people like foreign leaders like Putin and Xi Jinping, the leaders of Russia and China respectively, which, let's face it, those are the two big potential adversaries that have the most ability to damage the United States and Western Europe. You have to have tighter relations with those people. Those relations have been destroyed by the Biden administration. Destroyed. And I think that Trump would be able to repair some of that. Like him or hate him, he's better at dealing with people than Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden and the rest of that crew. So anyway, nobody's going to be good or perfect. Remember, this is the U.S. empire. Remember. And the government is based towards perpetuating empire and serving the oligarchy. If you just put that out there, you can see it through those glasses. You're going to understand everything that goes on. So any president that comes in is going to have to do those things or they're not going to get in. That's just the way it is. So until that system changes, that those pressures that come to bear are gone, that's what's going to happen. So what I'm saying is we had very high expectations, those of us who supported Barack Obama, right? First black president, or, it was, white mother and a black father. He was seemingly he was a great speaker. He made a lot of glowing promises about all these changes that were coming and stuff. And then what happened? He gets in, the first thing he does is he bails out Wall Street. Same old, same old, same old. Not just kept them alive, but gave them so much money that every last investment they made got paid off, and they got their bonus money. What kind of shit is that? They completely destroyed our economic system by over leveraging these real estate based derivatives, and the government paid them off. I mean, that's just and he may have been forced to do it, right? And I think many times these presidents are in a no-win situation. If he would have pulled a JFK and said no, well, he may have gotten the JFK outcome. And you're in an impossible position. So look how fast Obama rose to power. If you see somebody rise to power quickly through politics, they're serving the establishment. Period, full stop. That's it. That's why they move so fast ahead. So as far as Riri, if Riri's still here, yeah, I'll bring up Riri. First of all, thanks for waiting, Riri. Thanks for being patient. Sorry to have to bore you with all this U.S. politics stuff.
Oh no, hi Chip. How are you doing today?
I'm okay, thanks.
Um, Actually, thank you for this important discussion. I think the U.S. politics is at the center of all of the different conflicts around the world. So it's important for everyone to understand the power dynamic that plays key roles in this. Today, I wanted to talk about two things. The first thing is. I don't know if you have seen the news by the Wall Street Journal about possible ceasefire that might be announced on Saturday. As you know, nobody's yet sure that's going to be successful, and I hope it does. But if it doesn't, we need to continue calling for ceasefire. And
It's Riri, do you know the terms that are being put forth? Are there any points that are being worked out that are close or far away?
I was trying to see the terms. Some of them are vague, but let me also. I have the actually the article here, so just give me a moment. Um, just give me 1 second.
That's okay. Do what you need to do.
Uh,
I've not read it yet, so I'm happy you're sharing it.
yeah. Sorry, I have it on my iPad, which is away from me. I'm trying to access it through my laptop here, and I need to have access to the subscription, which is not saved here. But I would be happy to, after talking here for a couple minutes, I'd be happy to share perhaps screenshots or from the actual article. But for anyone who's not aware, there have been negotiations taking place in Paris, France, and there will be mediators, specifically Egypt and Qatar. And yeah, sorry, I cannot access the full article from my laptop. But anyways, what I wanted to say is that hopefully the ceasefire succeeds, but if that happens, I hope that people will not stop talking about Palestine. I
Is it
hope.
okay? Is it okay if I read the terms off? I just
Yes,
found them, Riri.
absolutely.
Okay, real quick, I'll do it
Yes.
fast. So this is on CNN Politics. If you're curious, it says the framework would call first for a first phase of civilian hostage releases to take place over a 6-week pause, with 3 Palestinian prisoners held by Israel released for each 1 hostage returned from Gaza. The ratio will be expected to go up for Israel Defense Force soldiers, and a longer pause is possible beyond the 6 weeks for later phases. It is a melding of different proposals from Israel, H Group, Qatar, and Egypt, along with additional ideas from the U.S. The proposals differed on the length of the pause and the ratios for swapping prisoners and hostages. Multiple officials have voiced optimism that the proposal could advance the process toward an eventual release of the remaining hostages held by H Group and a sustained cessation of fighting in Gaza. However, they have cautioned that there are still many details that need to be fleshed out, and H Group still needs to engage in a constructive way. So that's where we are right now with that. So 3-1 on the swaps, maybe more for soldiers, and a 6-week initial pause. The question, I don't know about the aid. That was my first thing that popped in my head, is what increase in aid and other help for the people. So I have to find out about that.
I haven't seen anything about that. I'm going to comment on this in a second as well. And I just want to add a note here, since you talked about the swap or exchange of hostages. For example, in the very first, humanitarian pause that occurred the first day when almost more than 100 Palestinian hostages, or as they call them, unfortunately, prisoners, which is an untrue label, were released on the same day. The Israeli government actually detained more than 100 Palestinians, took them in place of the ones who were released. And I was really sad that no official news media Western media has picked up that information and showed it to the people. So you can see this circle of despair that we Palestinians have to live under. So even if these people get released, just know that they're able to just pick them up anytime. And that's what military occupation is about. So going back to my first comment, I was talking about if the ceasefire happens, whether it's a temporary, whether it's a permanent ceasefire, I hope that the momentum of this movement does not get, burned out, does not disappear. People need to continue talking about Palestine. Because if you think that the ceasefire will bring peace, you're mistaken. There was no peace before October 7. We have been living under occupation for 75 years, and we don't want to live under occupation for another 75 years. So please continue talking about Palestine. Palestinians need to have their liberation, their self-determination, their human rights, their civic rights, their rights of movement. They need to just live free like every other nation. And these talks on TikTok are educating a lot of people, and we need this momentum to continue. The other comment that I
Well, real quick,
yes,
somebody says here, and I just want to make sure you hear this, Riri. You may not have
yes.
seen it. Someone says, Katie O'Malley says, then talk about releasing hostages. So, Katie, I don't know if you missed this part. The ceasefire that's being talked about would be 6 weeks in length, and it would be releasing one of the Israeli hostages by the age group for every three prisoners, we're going to call them. I call them hostages in the Israeli custody. Maybe more for IDF soldiers, if that's part of the release. So they may give like 10 or 20 for an IDF soldier versus 3 to 1 for a standard civilian. And by the way, I've been accused all the time, real quick, I'll be right back to Riri, of not talking about enough about what happened on October 7th and not taking into account the value of Israeli lives lost on that day, as well as those of the hostages. I've said it again and again, though. I want to make it very clear. Either side has the same love and for their family members and their friends and their community as the other. So it's fair to talk about both in the same light. The question I want to bring up, though, is disproportionality. Right? It's okay. It's horrible that anybody dies on either side, but when you have like 30 or 40 or to 1, it's insane. Anyway, please continue.
Yeah, I agree, Chip. And of course, when we talk about, as a Palestinian, when I talk about innocent lives, I talk about all innocent lives. Of course, for us, there is the disproportionality because Israel has a military occupation actually in place, while Palestinians don't even have an army or any type of military to defend themselves. So people must understand this imbalance in power dynamics. And just for Katie and other people who might think about this, without the occupation, there wouldn't be any hostages. There wouldn't be any of this violence taking place. So the first and most important thing is to end the occupation and give the refugees the right to return to their homes. I'm going to move to the second point, but I'm happy to address any comments that maybe, Chip, you want me to comment on if I don't pick up anything in the comments. My second comment is actually a response to one of the previous lives. I came up here and I shared some information about Greater Israel, and one of the people who joined the panel afterwards made some comments that the information that I shared sounded outlandish. And unfortunately, that's how we feel. Like the occupation and all the brutality that comes with it seems outlandish. We have been living in a nightmare for a very long time. So I wanted to address some of his comments because whenever I share information, I share those based on evidence and references.
Okay.
So the first person that I quoted, which is Daniela Wise, she's not a random person that I just picked. She used to be the mayor of the Kedumim settlement, and she used to be she was the mayor of Kedumim, which is one of the largest settlements in the West Bank, built on illegal land that is in the West Bank, and it's internationally recognized Palestinian territory. And anyone can go just type in Google Daniela Wise, Greater Israel. You will see countless interviews with her talking about her dream of building a Greater Israel between the Nile and the Euphrates River in Iraq and Egypt. So, and Daniela leads a movement, so she's not alone. So a lot of people are actually following her. The second person that I quoted, which is Smotrich. Again, Smotrich is not a random person. He's the finance minister. And again, you can now go to Google, just type in Smotrich Greater Israel. You can see the picture of Smotrich on, and there are several articles, Haaretz, Times of Israel, Al Jazeera, depending on what news outlets you might trust. And he's standing on a podium with a big poster showing the map of Greater Israel, after which Jordan actually has summoned the Israeli envoy over racist comments when he said the Palestinian people do not exist. And over the map that showed all of Jordan inside the Greater Israel, and saying that this is a breach of agreements between the two states. So anyone can verify this information. There are multiple sources, images, videos even, of his speech and the map that he showed. And this is a minister in the Israeli government. And of course, we have people like even Bibi Netanyahu saying that he does not even acknowledge a Palestinian state anymore, and he has never done that. And the fact that they continue to call the West Bank as the Judea and Samaria, which is really like, that's all part of what this is. And the person also made a point that this sounds outlandish. These people are in peace agreements. Well, not only that we have an evidence that they have said these things, but we have now seen with our own eyes, everyone is seeing that Israel has no respect to international law. The ICJ has released its a decision on the South Africa G-side case, and the response of the Israeli government was to, unfortunately, unalive more than 1,000 civilian Palestinians in Gaza, cut the aid, and even called for the including also the complicity also of the U.S. government in cutting the aid to UNRWA, or the UNRWA, which is a UN agency for the relief of the Palestinian refugees. And that shows you that these people, they have never respected international law. They have been building and expanding their settlements in the West Bank and Gaza. So unfortunately, all of the information that I shared is real. Like, I hate it to be real, but it's real. You can verify that online. And I finally want to mention one of the U.S. representatives, Brian Mast. And Chip, I don't know if you have seen his comments on cutting funding to UNRWA and the horrible things that he has said so far. It's unbelievable. At one point, he was asked about innocent children that are starving, and he said, like, no, these are not innocent civilians. So I just wanted to drop these thoughts today. Please, regardless of the result of what happens on Saturday, continue to talk about Palestine. Please help us get our freedom and liberation. And that's all I wanted to say. But I'm going to stay here in case anyone wanted to comment. And I think you're on mute.
I've seen a couple comments come in that I wanted to kind of go over with you and get your thoughts really quickly. I do think there's a perception on the Israeli side that when people who are pro-Palestine say, liberation, free Palestine from the river to the sea, this is, as I've understood them sharing their views, they see that as a wanting to completely expel or even unalive Jewish people from Israel. And I think the misperception is a misperception. I think, and please clarify if you feel differently, that means that the reestablishment of people of where they lived before, it's a right to go back to how things were before, not to hurt any people, but to reestablish a fair and equitable, sharing of the land that was taken from another people. And there may be ways to compromise on it, but it doesn't mean to actually harm people per se. There may be some people from the Zionist movement who are very difficult to deal with that may need to maybe go back to Europe. I've heard people say that before. What do you think it means? And does it mean anything mean, or is it just mean what I said?
I think it makes me wonder in what dictionary a freedom of one person or one individual means the unaliving of another person. If someone is asking for freedom that should make you ask, why is this person saying Palestine should be free? Because it's not free, because we are imprisoned, because we live under this military occupation. We don't have our basic human rights. So when we say that we want to be free, we don't mean to do the horrible things, the same horrible things that are being committed against us. No, we're calling for our freedom. We're not calling for anything else. It doesn't say anything else. It just says freedom for Palestinians. Regarding the people who live in Israel, as a Palestinian, first of all, when I say free Palestine, there are several things that I think about, right? The first thing is having the right of self-determination. The second thing is the return of all the Palestinian refugees to their homes, to their cities, to their villages, to their land. And what I also think about is all of these people who are detained in Israeli prisons just be released because they are wrongfully detained and being taken hostages, really. When it comes to the Israelis who live in the land of Israel, there needs to be justice, right? Some people who committed war crimes need to be held accountable. And I used to say they need to be held accountable according to international law, but unfortunately, I'm starting to doubt the power of international law of getting justice for the people who deserve justice. So I'm not sure how these people who committed war crimes can be held accountable, to be honest. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I used to think that international law was the answer. I no longer have the answer for that. For a lot of people who are want to be in the land of Palestine and under one state, having equal human rights, having equal civic rights, no apartheid, that should be fine. We all know that as Palestinians, we have been talking about this. This is a very cute cat. I'm a cat lover, so that's distracting for me. Sorry. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was talking about that. Unfortunately, the Israeli government has been opposed to a one state since a very long time ago. They kept using the pawn of the two states to keep distracting the people of the world to think that they are working towards peace, which in fact was not real at any point of time. Maybe some people try to be really engaged with peace process, but I don't believe that there was any genuine efforts in achieving that, because Palestinians live under the military occupation and they don't even have the right to have a military of their own. So no way that's going to be successful. There is no equal power dynamic here. So I think that people need to have equal rights, equal human rights, equal civic rights, freedom to move, refugees go back to their homelands, and people who committed war crimes in the Israeli government, the current Israeli, all of the Israeli governments, and in the IOF need to be held accountable. Of course, one thing I forgot to mention is that Israel doesn't want a one state because they will no longer be a majority. And one of their staples is to keep it an ethno-state with Jewish majority, which in fact, while Israel does not represent the Jewish people, but that's the identity that it's trying to, claim for itself. So these are my thoughts. When we say free Palestine, we never think about hurting anyone. We think about our freedom, our justice. And that means whatever it is to you. It doesn't matter. I think people look at this from the lens that they have.
Yeah. By the way, Riri, you do an amazing job, just to let you know, at articulating your thoughts and sharing your points of view that cover a lot of good ground. Do you do your own lives by any chance?
Sorry? Do I run my own live?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Actually, I do not. No, I do not.
Do you have more than 1,000 followers?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the audience agrees. People are, saying a lot of things, but I think you'd be great at doing it if you ever want to do one. But anyway, that's just my point of view. I wanted to cover a couple of points that Joe Mama was, I'm impressed, that Joe Mama was making in the chat. So it appears that Joe Mama is supporting a different point of view on all this. So a couple questions he brought up. I want to see what you say. So why is everybody focusing on why does the ICJ matter? That was one point. And the other point was, why should the Palestinians be allowed to have a military? So do you want to cover either of those?
The answer is, why does any state have the right to have a military? as a human being, let me tell you, because that's my personal opinion. It doesn't mean it's correct. I don't believe in having any military power in the world. I believe that human beings should, in the next 1,000 years, if we stay on Earth, should think about demilitarization and just peace and focusing on, because really these wars and these military, structures are part of came as a result of the patriarchy, right? In my personal opinion. So I don't believe that this is go,
Sorry about the noise, guys.
but as long as we live in a world where every state has a military to defend it, why doesn't the Palestinians have the same right? Why? Especially that we
Fair.
have evidence now. Everyone in the world has seen the oppression and the destruction and the unaliving of Palestinians without having the ability to defend themselves. And whenever they try to fight back, they are labeled as random, savage, resistance groups. So why don't we have the right to have a military?
Yeah, I guess the question is, I think the number one concern from the Israeli point of view is they want security. They want to be free from being attacked. And I think the point of that is, and they're probably worried that and this is my guess, Joe Mama didn't say this, but I'm guessing this is the point. If the Palestinians were to have a full-fledged military, what would stop them from attacking Israel even more so than they did on the 7th? So let me share with you why I believe that's different than that, Joe, just to clarify. Remember that when you have autonomy and you have self-determination, and you're not territorially, you don't want to expand your territory, you just want to be able to live your lives free from an occupation and being blockaded by another state, that's enough just to literally to defend yourself from somebody not reoccupying you and harming you from whatever direction it may be, which is a privilege that Israel enjoys right now, as do the other nations that surround the Palestinian territories. So if they were to be given their own state as a part of a solution, however it could be worked out from a land, because it's hard with all the settlements, but if something were worked out, why shouldn't they be able to have their own forces? And by the way, that's one of the key problems with the negotiations. I'm glad you mentioned that. We hear over and over the rhetoric is, from the Israeli point of view, we offered them peace 5 times, great deals, they turned them all down. Guess what? None of the deals allowed Palestine to have their own armed forces. None of them. All of them had interference and controls from the Israeli side, from every part about managing their borders, the flow of commerce. It's not freedom. They're given sort of a 2/3 deal. Like, you can be part of a state, but we're still going to control you and you can't defend yourself. That's not freedom. That's not a state. That's this little token region you get, which doesn't even solve, the problems of control. People want to be free from control. The way to keep yourself from being attacked by Palestine is to stop mistreating the people in Palestine, not controlling the people in Palestine, not taking away their dignity and their self-respect and destroying them and unaliving them and treating them like hell and making their lives miserable. Because what it appears from the outside is that the reason that's all being done is to take their land, to get them off their land somehow, whether it be through actually unaliving them, or probably they prefer just to somehow have it be poof, or no one's there anymore. And we heard about this person you mentioned, Daniela Weiss. Great example. She and many others like Smotrich and these other whack jobs say that they want this greater Israel, and therefore everyone's just got to go because that's what they want. I mean, who the hell are they to say that they just could take what they want because God gave it to them? I could claim that about the neighbor's house down the road here, that nice 10-story mansion. I'm just going to take it because God wills it. No, it's not how it works. These are real people, real lives you're affecting. And why people can be so selfish and say, because I want something, they can just take it at force. No. Do you agree with that, Riri?
Of course, anyone can now claim that they believe that a God promised them any piece of land in the world and they can just claim it. That doesn't make any sense, honestly. There's no respect to international law, no respect to human beings. But I also want to go back to the comment that if Palestinians had an army, what would prevent them from doing a larger attack than the one that occurred on October 7th. First of all, that's Again, that's the problem. That's the fallacy of starting as if history starts on October 7. And I don't want to keep repeating myself or repeating what others say, but it's very important to understand that if you in causal inference, really, the single most important criterion is temporality. And if you keep going down the causal chain, you will go back to 1948, to the Nakba. That's the very first event that occurred in this causal chain. So, but I don't want to keep taking people to 1948. If you go back to October 6th, just one day before October 7, and I said this before, there were 6,000 Palestinians, in my opinion, hostages that were held inside Israeli prisons. So how come that Israel has the ability and the right to come anytime and just take people, kidnap them in the middle of the night from their homes for sometimes for not even a charge, like put them on administrative detention, not even charge them with anything, or for crimes such as like posting on social media, like their basic human rights, free speech or protesting, and for people who think that this is the first thing that happened, I think this is damning to you because you have not been paying attention to what's happening. If you go back to 2019, you can see the peaceful March of Return that took place in Gaza. People were dancing on the borders. Unfortunately, they were unalived, including paramedics, including handicapped people, including people just dancing. So I think it's really hypocritical when people talk about October 7 as if those lives are more precious than any other human lives. All human lives are precious. You shouldn't, if you think that one life is more precious than the other, then you are the problem. You shouldn't. I think you.
Somebody in the comments said, this is Goonies Sadie. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Goonies and Sadie saying stop lying.
I don't know.
So what do you believe? What do you believe you're lying about, Riri? What are you lying about?
I don't know what they're referencing about lying. There is not a single thing that I said that you cannot verify with just a simple Google search. You will have plenty of references. You can go to Google and type the March of Return and Gaza March of Return, and you can see the protests that happened. There are footage, reports, statistics, even video clips of the protests that were taking place back then. And I can tell you, like, I'm not a politician. In fact, I'm a physician, and I have treated victims of the 2014 Gaza war myself, and you cannot even fathom the agony that the children, the wounded children. I mean, people keep talking about us in numbers, and you probably have heard this from so many Palestinians. We are not numbers. We value life. Unfortunately, I feel like this might be, and this is an opinion, I might be wrong, but I feel like this is more of a Western culture thing, that people like to talk about loss of human life in statistics, and if the numbers are high enough, then it's a problem. For us, in our culture, we value every life. We even value the lives of the animals and the plants that are in our indigenous land. We have a strong relationship with nature, and we respect every living creature. And to this day, I cannot stop thinking about the children that I worked with in 2014 and the wounds. If people have never seen shrapnel wounds, there's no way to sew like 200 wounds on a kid's skin. That kind of stuff lives with you. Just think about anyone who might be experiencing this at this moment, and we cannot go there to help, unfortunately. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that people should stop thinking about wanting to be right and think about humanity, and you will find the right answers. You will know what side you should be advocating for. It's always the side of the oppressed, not the oppressor.
Very well said. And by the way, I want to just point this out for anybody in the chat who's denying or saying about lying and stuff like that. Here's what I've noticed, just to share this with you. You probably don't believe me, but I'm going to tell you this is the truth if I've seen it. The Israeli government feeds its citizens and also those around the world through the Western media, which is why this is such a different conflict, because we're getting other real indications and evidence to the contrary. They tell their people that everybody who gets picked up on the Palestinian side is a T word, or they're supporting a T activity. So the impression they have is that anybody who goes through their legal system, whether it be a military court for children, which is the only place in the world that happens, if they end up in Israeli jail, they deserve it. They need to be there because they're not safe to have them in the community. They say the same thing about all the checkpoints. We have to stop T. It's not about, they don't know it's about making people miserable, making it impossible for them to live their lives in any kind of normal way. They don't know about all the other practices. They just don't know. They are not told by their government. So it's normal for them to think that it's all lies, that we're making up as propaganda. I always say this again. Anybody who doesn't believe this, watch Life in Occupied Palestine. It's a documentary done by a young Jewish American who was challenged by her friends. She didn't believe a word they were saying. She said the same thing. You're lying. You're full of crap. You're propagandized. And so she went and stayed in Ramallah for 5.5 months, and she was shocked at what she learned. And she learned about everything that she had been told was a complete lie. And just like this person said, you're lying. I think you'll find out if you do some research or go there yourself or whatever, obviously probably not right now, you're going to learn to the contrary. And you're like, damn. And if you have a soul, you have a heart, you have compassion, you can't help but embracing and advocating for people who are enduring that. And that's the part I think most Israelis don't understand, is that there's this massive disconnect between what's really happening and what they're told or not told about what's happening. And therefore they believe something a certain way. And they have this arrogance that what they think they know is absolute. And if you don't agree with them, you're propagandizing the world. I hear this all the time when I was in those lives, that I'm spreading lies. I'm not. I'm simply trying to share observations that I've made for over the 34 years I've kind of kept an eye on this, that unfortunately most people just don't know, especially in my country. Most people in the United States have no clue about this. I mean, how many people spend time going onto YouTube and watching documentaries about a young Jewish woman who traveled to the West Bank? Not that many. We're probably the exception. So we have to share that information with other people in as polite a way as we can, but you can't let somebody be purposely ignorant forever. And that's what we have to do. That's our job, is to do what, like Riri just said, is perfect. I have this on a recording, by the way. With your permission, Riri, I'm going to clip out the part you said today and make it into a video saying, hey, this is the real deal.
Um, we'll talk about that. I'm not okay. You can. I guess you can.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. All right. Well, we do have a couple more guests, Riri. You've been spectacular. If you want to stay up on the panel, you can, because we may have some. If you have time, I'd love to have you stay, but I'm going to give somebody else a chance to come
Yeah,
up and
I'm
share.
putting here on mute, and I might jump in if you need me to.
Okay, that's great. We have Avi Sweets and then user 4488. I'm sorry if it takes a while to get you in. It's been a while. Thanks for being patient.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I want to subject you and we were talking about. First of all, about you. You were just talking about the Israeli government was saying you and telling you those lies, and you have probably no idea about Israel, because Israel is democracy, and we have different views. You know, we have 4 Israeli channels. The main channels is about 11, 12, 13, and 14, and three of them, and the most popular with the 12 is opposition channels against the government. And usually the Prime Minister Netanyahu, when they have a press conference, usually shout at them, "You against me," and you have no idea. You think we are like Syria or like Abu Mazen. We are kind of dictatorships, and the media told us what to do. We have TikTok. We have all different channels, and the main channels of Israel are against the government. And you are going to tell the people who listen to you that we are listening to the government. Most of the Israeli against the government. Most of the journalists here, usually you guys saying the Haaretz newspaper say this and this newspaper. You also refers to Israeli democracy newspaper, and from the one side, from the other side, you are talking to us like we are kind of sheep that are listen to our leaders, and we are, you know what it's different about this war, about the other war that Israel had before, because this war, the army asked for 100% of his soldiers that the combatant to come to the the army, and there was about 50 more percent, like they come 150%, because everybody knew that what's happened in the 7th of October, it's not about, you think really just say taking more lands or stuff like this, because this is everybody will remember that the Holocaust, about what's happened to the Jewish people, and what we saw about this 7th of October, those I don't talking about the Palestinians, of course, I'm talking about the age group, those animals that they want, what they done to our people, no, most of the Palestinians, I don't know about you, but oh, it's never happened, the Apaches and say, but most of us, we saw what's happened. We don't want Gaza, and really just say, oh, you want, or you also say you want the greater Israel, you want to, nobody want Gaza, no, even the Egyptians don't want in those times. And I want to say something about Riri, what you said before. It was amazing. She say a sentence that I was shocked. She just say, we are the Muslim, we cannot hurt human being, we cannot hurt even animals. It's amazing. I'm not against Muslim, of course. Most of our guests in my hotel are Palestinians. Until the 7th of October, it's a hotel of Palestinians. Most of our friends are Palestinians, yes, but there are human Palestinians and human people. But you never heard about ISIS. You never heard about Muslim exterior, about Assad, what he done to his own people. It's amazing. You can say there are Muslim bad, there are Muslim good, there are some Palestinians good, some bad, but you say that Muslims cannot hurt animals. For the holiday, yeah. And I don't say about all the Muslim, the cow, what they did in the holidays, in front of all the children, they unalive the cows to see, when the little child see what's happened to the cows in the street, in front of everybody, and you said they cannot hurt a human being. They do it in the holiday, in Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr, if you know what is this, in front of all the children, they unalive the cows for the holiday, in front of the children, and I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about what the ISIS do. And I never said all the Muslims like this. I'm never gonna, and all the Palestinians. But you just say right now that the Muslim cannot be. They make in GoPro. And I finish in one minute. And they make in GoPro how they unalive the people, and they when they come back with the hostages to Gaza, the people in the Gaza Strip hit the hostages, arrive, hit them, and they beat the unalive soldiers and the unalive human being, and they shout Allahu Akbar, and I don't want to talk about what other stuff they done, and you just tell us, all the people who listen, that Muslim cannot do such a thing, such atrocities. Come on.
Chip, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, Avi, by the way, I appreciate your comments very much, and the way that you phrase things. I have a lot of respect for you, so thank you for doing it that way. I think Avi represents a good number of people in Israel. In fact, he mentioned. Let me go through some of the points he raised. So,
Chip, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to say one thing. I'm not sure you heard what you said.
well, let me address this one point. I'll happily have you come in. Then I'll transition you in about 30 seconds. So, Avi, you said that the people don't like the government. I completely understand that part. There was raging protests in the streets of Israel before this attack happened on the 7th. And I'm sure that's what Avi's talking about. It was bad. I mean, most people in Israel hate the Netanyahu government, and they don't embrace the far right's vision for this greater Israel. I'm not dismissing that. I was more referring to those who tend to lean on that. But those people are now in charge, and because the war is going on, they're going to stay in charge, it seems like, until something changes. So unfortunately, but I don't know if they'll have enough time to do those things. And secondly, you mentioned about the propaganda thing, and that people have other avenues of information, just like we do here. I'm talking about the rank and file person and the way that the general discussion goes in society. You mentioned Haaretz. I read Haaretz all the time. They are sort of a counter-establishment element of Israeli society, and they do try to put out their side of the argument. But the thing I've noticed in talking to most people who I've had conversations with, and this is why I mention it, they do say things that are indicative of the typical repeated things in Israel. For example, we only the IDF is the most moral army. They give warning flyers. They tell people to move. They do small taps on the buildings, and then they do what they have to do so that people don't. They go out of their way. That does happen. It just doesn't happen often enough. It doesn't happen much at all in terms of this conflict because I've watched it unfold and talked to people who live in the neighborhoods who say none of that happened when a lot of these buildings were taken down. But most people believe that on top of that, the H group is forcing civilians to stay in those buildings so they get unalive to make Israel look bad because they don't care about life. I think those stories are kind of absurd and I hear them far too often. But I know not everybody thinks that way, maybe not even yourself. Let me let Riri say something and then Ari, you can come back in and share what you want to share.
Yeah, so to respond to, unfortunately, I'm gonna refrain from using the same language that he used to describe people. First of all, when it comes to the Israeli population, there are definitely people who are against the government and the government actions. There are even people against the occupation, and you can actually go to Breaking the Silence website. It's an organization of ex-Israeli soldiers who realized that they were the oppressors, and you can actually watch direct testimonies from these talking about the crimes that they used to be sent to commit in the West Bank and Gaza. So you can actually, we have to acknowledge that there are people in Israel who are opposed to the occupation. Also, there are multiple people who even refuse to serve in the army. Unfortunately, they get sent to. And there are a lot of amazing human rights advocates, including Gideon Levy, Miko Peled, and many others, Ilan Pape, a lot of these people who are speaking out against the state of Israel. But let's be honest, that's not the majority. Nevertheless, I'm not a person who likes to use generalization. Second thing, when he said that they don't want Gaza, I also ask people to go Google the settler conference that took place 2 days ago, including a lot of Israeli state officials and ministers, including their far-right Itamar Ben-Gvir, and just watch the conference that was held to celebrate building settlements and going back to Gaza. Yes, I'm talking about the resettlement conference. So to claim that they don't want Gaza, that's not true, okay? We have evidence. They are actually doing things against themselves because a lot of people are speaking out the truth about their intention in the government, which was used against them in the case in the ICJ. So one person to say that, no, that's not what we want to do, we have evidence. The third thing is that I never described myself as Muslim when I spoke, and he just went straight and put words in my mouth that I've never said. I've never said I'm Muslim. So he doesn't even know if I'm Muslim or atheist or Christian or maybe something else. He doesn't know that. And I noticed that in the way he spoke about that, he used the same type of speech that is usually described to dehumanize Palestinians and the Palestinian struggle. First of all, whether that's referring to us as Muslims, ignoring that almost 30% of the population is Christian and is like less than, I'm not sure of the percentage, it's a very low percentage, maybe 2% are Jewish, maybe less. In the Palestinian society, and a lot of people don't even believe in God. So it's just the dehumanization because it's related to Islamophobia. He also said a lot of Islamophobic statements that are usually used to justify any violence or destruction that is geared towards people who are from Muslim majority countries. So it's really, some of the things that he said don't even make sense to me. They were illogical. And I've never said that Palestinians are vegetarians or don't eat cattle or chicken. I never said that. I said we appreciate life and we respect life. So even those animals that we eat, we respect them. We eat everything. But that's not the topic of today. I'm not going to be branching out into a tangent about this. So I guess what he said, and his name is Funduq Rakhis, which is cheap hotel in Tel Aviv. That's the translation of the name he has. Sorry, I'm just translating his name to you. The things that he said sound to me exactly out of the propaganda book. I was talking about having equal rights with other people in Israel like him, and his response was to dehumanize me and people
Okay.
like me.
Yeah, I understand that word. I think the word used was animal about the people who did the attack, and maybe that was taken. I tell you what. First of all, Avi, thank you for being polite. And all I'm going to ask you, Avi, is this: Can you talk a little more? Can you talk a little more slowly so we can? You talked a little too fast for me to understand you last time.
Okay, okay. First of all, I amazing what she said now because I a phrase and I say like two, three, four times when I was talking that I never talking about the Muslim. Sorry, I have to make a pause because it was short of electricity
Ruby.
now. So if you want to drop me, if you want, I can wait. Okay?
No, I'm
Because
happy to
there
hear
is
what
a
you. No,
power,
we're
the
happy.
power and the electricity, something
No,
happened.
we're happy to hear what you have to say. Sure, please continue.
No, no, I said there is a power, electricity is falling down in the hotel. So if you want to
Oh,
drop me, if you want, I can wait here
okay.
until
Yeah,
I
once you get it fixed up, feel free to come back. Okay.
okay, thank you.
Good luck with that. That's always a pain when I talked about that last night at length. If the electricity were to go out, yeah, that's no fun. Okay, we have user 44817576743. I don't know how TikTok does that. Oh, by the way, there we go. You came through this time. Are you there? Hello? Are you there? All right.
Hold on.
Oh, there we go.
Hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Yep,
Well,
we can hear you.
uh, Chap, look, we can talk about this subject for days and days, and I can contribute so much and so many aspects of this subject that is at hand. Uh, and I'll be most likely preaching to the choir, if I may. But
Sure.
I want to bring in a couple of points. The first point is that what are we going to do about it? I think you've touched this. You touched on this subject a couple of days ago or last week or so. Is that it's our our politicians and who's going to be in the White House next, and who will eventually shape the policies to come. I think there is an opportunity right now as we speak to the candidate for the White House to liberate himself a little bit from the grip of the AIPAC and the influence that they have gripped on our politicians throughout not the federal but of course the states too. So it started to show, and that's a good sign. And I personally think that the solution and the justice for the Palestinians people is going to come from the United States. As De Gaulle once quoted saying that the Americans will try everything and then eventually they come to the right decision. So we have in America still a freedom to discuss. Uh, it's not available somewhere else. It is vast. It's big. I mean, the Brits are Brits, and they can switch from one decision to another over maybe 2 or 3 years. America will take longer. The single issue group, and in this case, it's a single issue, the Palestinian state, and this Gaza massacre is bringing up to life, and the Americans will do the decent thing at the end. So this is what I think that we need to focus on. I don't think Biden is the right man, and I don't think definitely Trump is the right man. So it is a shame that we have America. It ended up with two two I would say, miserable persons to lead. I think, and there is a movement, and there is a move behind the scene that I see from readings and looking at here and there, that maybe in the Democratic side will be Newsom, governor of California, maybe will come and save the Democratic Party. So that's a point that I think we should come back to it time and again to see what can we do. There is, for example, right now a gentleman by the name of Baidoon running for Senate in Michigan,
Yep.
and he's come out and flatly and said the Jewish, not the Jewish, let's say the Zionist, sorry, because sometimes you can,
Right.
the Zionist lobby offered him $20 million to give up his race for Senate and run against the Congressman Thailand. So $20 million.
Yeah, I heard that.
So these things that we need to focus on. And the last thing, so you are getting dressed to take take the dog for the walk.
Yeah, dog's gonna go out.
The last one is that the two-state solution. The Israelis have been systematically blocking it and putting stoppers to prevent it. It may be very difficult, but I think it may be the first step to eventually be a one-state solution, one state, to have the two states unite.
Yeah.
And that will take quite some time, maybe 25 years or more, when the trust is on both sides and goes back to where it was before, where people lived there, whether it's Christians, Muslim, Jews, Syrian, Assyrian, Armenians came in, Albanians came in from all over the place when they had been persecuted. They ended up in Syria, Palestine, and Lebanon and other areas, including Egypt too. So I think the two-state solution, I said, despite all the, we've got the settlers, that is a big problem, and Israelis intentionally put that to prevent the two-state solution, to prevent a majority Palestinians, whether they are Christian or Muslim. When they talk about Palestinians, I don't talk about Muslim or Christian. Most people, or many people, many Israelis says Muslim. It's not. They had as many Christians in Palestine before as Jews. Muslim were majority, see, but there were as many Muslim as Jews. And one last comment for everybody in there. We have a friend that had left to study in UC Davis, California, before 1948. And then when that happened, he couldn't go back. And he was one of those affluent Palestinians at the time. And I know him personally. He's passed away now. He had a Palestinian Jewish partner with his business. He was never able to go back, but his partner always kept his part of the business honored and sent him his business. It is Palestinians, whether it's Jews, Christians, and Muslims. They were all living together. And this Palestinian who was not able to go back, his son became in the military. He joined the U.S. military and became at a quite high rank too, from originally Palestinians. So this Palestinians that was not able to go back after 48, his partner, a Jewish partner, kept his share intact. Okay, so listen, God bless you, and I will come back and give you some more comments whenever I have a chance, and when you're back.
Okay.
I can talk about a host of subject, but let's just, I think, keep focused on what are we going to do about it.
Yeah, great point. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the multi-million dollar question is how can this be resolved favorably? I've thought it through a lot over the years, and the problem that I've seen is that the Israelis have chosen under different governments over the years to continue their policy of expanding the settlements. Even the U.S. has called it out, condemned it, or we want to say, and it just keeps happening. And so the two-state solution seems, because of the territorial fragmentation that's occurred because of those settlements and the further dispossession of the residents of their land, that it's impossible right now to do a two-state solution. It's just not practical from a territorial standpoint. Sorry, I'm on a live. Sorry, and yeah, exactly. And so, as far as the one state, you hit the nail on the head. It's going to be a majority population of Palestinians, and that's just not acceptable to obviously the Israelis want to control. So I don't know how it can be solved. The territorial. Good to see you, Gabe. The territorial issues are so difficult to get past. Let's just assume everyone decided tonight to do it. How do you divvy up the land because of all the incursions of the settlements? Do the Israelis have to leave the settlements? It's over 700,000 people. They had, I think, about 50 or 60,000 people that were in Gaza in 2005, and they had to go pull people out with the military. I just don't see that happening. I don't even think politically someone could even suggest it in Israel get away with it. So I don't know. I mean, it's a quagmire. What do you think, Riri?
Chip, if anyone has ever been to Palestine and the occupied Palestinian territories and just roamed around, you will be shocked by the distribution of cities and just the population, including the Palestinians and the Israeli settlers and the Israelis who live in the occupied Palestinian territories that they refer to as Israel right now. People are just cramped in densely populated areas in the West Bank, of course, because they were displaced. Most of people were displaced from 1948. And then on top of that, the settlers who are being, brought from Europe, the United States, other places around the world, most of them are being located in the illegal settlements inside the West Bank. But if you go and roam around inside the Green Line, you will be surprised by the amount of land that no one is living over, like no one. There's plenty of vacant land right now, most of which actually the villages before 1948 used to exist. And for people, you can also Chip Google when the fires happened about 2 years ago. There was like a natural fire that happened during the summer, I think 2020, but I'm not definitely sure about the year. It might be 2021. And the fire just, when it took out the trees from the hills, it just revealed the villages, the ruins of the villages that existed under those trees, after which, the Israeli government systematically planted trees and created forests to hide the ruins of these villages. You will be surprised. So most people who are refugees will go back to these vacant lands. We go back to their original lands and their homes and their farms. So to think that it will be a competition between people who live in settlements and the original population, that's not realistic. There is a lot of vacant land, first of all. Second of all, if someone owned a land and someone took it from them forcefully, they have the right to go back there, and the government can relocate those people who lived there unlawfully to another location, because the settlers, if you understand, like if anyone understands the structure of how settlers are relocated. So let's say I'm a person who I want to settle now in Israel. I go from, let's say, America, the USA, and then they just bring me up and they give me an apartment in a complex in the settlement. It's not something I inherited from my parents or my grandparents. So I can technically, and they have subsidized housing. So technically the government can just give them any subsidized house anywhere else if that land belongs to a Palestinian family who was forcefully and or unlawfully displaced from it. Chip, I think you are on mute.
Sorry. People said there was a lot of background noise. It comes down to what we know what's right. We know what the right thing is. The question is what's politically feasible. That's the real question.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
saying. There's a
I want to
lot
see
of
if you agree or
empty
disagree.
land. Oh, sorry. You're breaking up a little bit,
No, I get.
so I don't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. I'm going to go back towards my. That's okay. I'll go back towards my Wi-Fi. I also want to ask you this question: do you think it appears as if there's no real desire for quote unquote peace because what's been happening over the decades and what continues to happen is a slow but steady incursion of the Israelis moving into and taking more territory? Do you think that's just they want that to continue indefinitely until they have as much or all of what they want, or am I missing something?
That's definitely what we think. We think that the Israeli government has no interest in having peace or having a Palestinian state. I mean, it's no secret any longer. Even the prime minister of the Israeli state has come out now and said there will be no Palestinian state. And even challenging with the US government, like 1 or 2 days before that, said like, no, we will continue to work towards 2 states. He was like, no, and I'm paraphrasing, there will be no Palestinian state. So
Yeah.
it's no longer a secret. It used to be. But yeah, the actions on the ground show that this is what they're working towards. They're expanding the settlement. They're continuing to get settlers. They're even now importing labor workers and even military from different countries, including India and Uganda. So it's no secret, Chip. It's not a secret anymore.
So, what do you think the Palestinian people can do, given that all these obstacles to their autonomy, their dignity, and their peaceful, future? What I mean, do you think that's why the H group attacked, just because it's been such a situation of desperation, or what are your thoughts?
I don't think it's about what I think, because the H group has already said why they did what they did. They already had an official statement saying that they wanted to take
Right.
hostages to exchange for the Palestinian hostages. So I don't need to even have my own perspective there. They already said clear
Right.
and loud why the attack was done. For us
And just
Palestinians,
want to make sure
yeah.
because the reason I bring it up, sorry to interrupt you, is there, a lot of Israelis don't believe that. They think the only reason they did it was out of sheer hatred for Jewish people. So you think what they say is true, or you think it's not true?
No, I don't believe
H group.
it's true. How can anyone, I mean, look at the things that happened during uh, the atrocities that happened to Jewish people in Europe when there is the uprising of the Warsaw Ghetto. Do you think these people were hateful towards, their oppressor? Is that the reason why they had an uprising, or is it because they were oppressed and they were trying to liberate themselves? And unfortunately, violence brings violence. That's what we're trying to say. There needs to be, the
Yeah.
root causes need to be addressed, and not say that if someone pushed back, there's a problem. It's like saying, like, if someone, let's say that someone was beating you, Chip, and for a very long time you were screaming, and suddenly you decided you're going to push this person away from you, and someone
Right.
decided to take a picture of that moment and say, oh, I saw Chip pushing that innocent man. It's like that. That's what it's like.
And I can only imagine. I mean, I feel frustrated and I feel anger and outrage, and that's why I advocate for this. And I've been, everyone criticizes me for not saying more about the Israeli point of view or other conflicts for that matter. And the reason I talk about this one is it's never gotten better. It's always gotten steadily worse for Palestinians, and it is incredibly unfair for them not to have a chance to have their own autonomy and dignity. And it's one thing for the Israelis to claim they want security. I completely understand that idea. No one wants their family to be free from harm, whether it's from rocket fire or whether it's from an incursion or whatever it may be. But at the same time, to not acknowledge why, what is the core reason why that's happening? They're not doing it because they have nothing better to do on a Tuesday. They do that because there's no peaceful way out of their predicament. And yes, the PA has taken a different track to try to be more cooperative and work on some other way of doing it. And the more militant arm in Gaza has chosen that path. That's why they split politically. But I think it's not nothing's to quote unquote justify any particular behavior ever. It's just a point, put it in its context and understand. I don't believe the motivation is because of hatred. I think that's silly. I think most human beings respond to things rather than just hate abjectly. And not to say there aren't people that have that hatred in their heart for others. It happens. There's always extremists that tend to act crazy, but I don't. I think most people do things for a reason, and the question is, if the H group went in with the intention of taking hostages, which you said, and I don't know if it was collateral damage or if it was some direct atrocities. I'm not sure exactly what went down that day. But you heard what Avi said when he came on. He said that the fact that people blame it on Apache helicopters and the military, he thinks that's absurd. I mean, most people from the Israeli side think that it was just an abject, I don't know, like terrible like butchery or something like that. So why do you think that those civilian things happened if they happened the way they're alleged? Have you gotten any certainty around what was done? Because I haven't been able to see all the videos or I've heard testimony.
So I have been trying to follow what happened on October 7th since the first day. Because honestly, when I heard the news that day, I was like in shock. I was in disbelief how this could happen.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to avoid, tripping into any conspiracy theories. So I'm only going to speak about things that I have seen people actually investigate and find some evidence. So we have all seen the famous interview with an Israeli woman who lived in the kibbutz, talking to an Israeli TV and radio channel, talking about that they kept trying to call the government. No one would respond to rescue them, and for a very long time, and even then talking about how her husband among 40 sorry, it's been a while, I think it's around 40 people lost their lives under what she called friendly fire. So and then we have the investigation, which was, I think, ignited by Max Blumenthal, and he's a correspondent in the White House. He's from the Gray Zone, and he usually reports from the White House. He goes to the conferences there. And he ran an investigation on even the numbers and names of the victims, and he found a lot of inconsistencies in the numbers that Israel has claimed, including the Israeli government coming after a couple of weeks saying, oops, it's not 1,400, it's 1,200, because 200 were from the H group and we miscounted them. And then the footage that was released through the Haaretz investigation showing the Apache planes unaliving people from the Nova Festival, and then the intelligence that was released on a CNN report saying that Israel had intelligence about a possible attack, but they said it wouldn't really work. So a lot of things are really unclear. And then finally, we have the interviews. We have actually videos. People can go now watch the videos with Israeli soldiers, I think like generals or leaders in the army, talking about using tank shells and unaliving people inside the kibbutz because they needed to take control of the kibbutz from the H group. So there's a lot of information that one can continue to dig into to find out the truth. I don't think I have a solid answer for people, but I don't trust any of the news that came out on October 7th. And like, I just trust the evidence that I see. Chip, I think you're muted again.
Yeah, I always do that. Yeah, I try to keep myself quiet so I don't interrupt people. I kind of force myself to be polite. The question I wanted to ask was, somebody in the comments said the helicopter Apache thing was exposed and debunked long ago. It was fake. So let me respond to that. I don't know for sure, Matt. Sorry, I can't. Maddie 596. I'm not totally sure. I did see footage. Somebody said it's night vision, so therefore it happened during the day. Here's my evidence for it, just because I was in the military and I've seen this damage before. There are vehicles that burned and melted, that people inside, burned, and the vehicle pretty much melted. The weaponry that the H group has can't do that. So what can do that is something called a Hellfire missile. I don't know if you've ever seen one fired and hit a vehicle, but the signature, that's what they call it in the military, the signature that it leaves when it hits a target is it bursts with a very high level of heat, and it just basically is, it's an incendiary weapon it's basically an anti-troop, anti-vehicle weapon. So if it's fired at a group of soldiers, it pretty much just burns everything in about 15 to 20 foot radius. And if it's fired at a vehicle, it just the whole thing just gets melted. It's an incendiary thing that just makes everything super hot. And the signatures of the vehicles, if you look at a lot of the ones on the side of the road after the Nova Festival, they couldn't have been hit by RPGs or something like that. They didn't have the weapons to do that. So there had to be something that did that. It wasn't an anomaly. And then in the kibbutzim, there's literally video. I don't know if you've seen it or not, whoever made that comment. I have seen video of this. It's an overhead flight that shows a tank pointed into a home and it shoots at it. And I think that happened a lot because, again, the signature of a tank round, I used to be in a tank unit, the damage done to some of these structures cannot be done by the lower grade weapons that the H group has. So this is indications of a response. And there was tank tread marks and also mortars and artillery that was fired. And if you know what mortars are, they're these little tubes and they drop around, it goes boom. Or artillery is like these bigger guns where they fire these massive 155 millimeter rounds that do a lot of damage. And by the way, those same rounds, speaking of the Israeli government firing them into the kibbutzim, they fire those into Gaza all the time. They're not very accurate. So they tend to, you can get it within like 100-meter radius, but that's a lot of different places they can land, right? So again, getting back to the accuracy and all these different controversies, I don't know for sure. I'm trying to find out how many people were soldiers, how many people were ready reservists who may have been at the festival or not. I don't know if you consider them, they're enrolled in the military, as most people are in those age groups, but I don't know they're a gray area. I don't know if they were armed or not. And then you have the people that were in the kibbutzim that were armed. By the way, if you don't know this, there's a lot of evangelical Christian groups in America that raise money, and guess where that money goes? It goes to buying weapons that go into the settlements and other people throughout the territories that have been settled by Israel. So most people, most men of the household of fighting age are trained to use these weapons. And so I don't know if the H group went into these villages and they were trying to do whatever they're trying to do, there was exchange of fire. So I don't know if you can call that person like a civilian because they were armed and they were fighting back. So again, a lot of questions, a lot of gray areas, but to claim that it was just a total destruction of 1,200 human beings and that's just can't be discussed further, I think is unfair. And then finally, you got to remember the Israeli press is famous for distorting everything under the sun. Avi said earlier that it doesn't happen and that there's a lot of alternatives. The point I'm trying to make, Avi, is even in America, or if you're still listening, hope your electrical situation got worked out. But if you're still listening, in America, we have the same thing. We have the same propaganda, which is omission of certain key facts or distortion of key facts. And therefore, it shapes the public view. It's called manufacturing consent. Noam Chomsky wrote a whole book on this thing. So it's hard to see because it's so embedded in society, it's invisible. And so it becomes a part of how you think, and this is where the missing information comes in, where people don't even know what's happening in the West Bank and in Gaza, and they're told that all the targeting is done very precisely. Somebody said that it goes to a bunch of lawyers, that they make sure that it's very specific. It's got to be this one place, and I got to tell you, I'm going to use the appropriate term. That's bullshit. That is just bullshit. I would say, if I had to guess, I'd say that 80% of the targeting in Gaza has been indiscriminate. That's my best guess. Maybe some of it has gone through that. Maybe if it is a hospital or a key building. The other thing I've seen is as the troops have moved in through northern Gaza, the Israeli troops, they've blown up mosques and schools and other key infrastructure. Why? Because they could. Now, what military purpose does that serve? The H group militants and even the civilians were far, far away. Why would you just go in and destroy stuff if you're trying to go after the H group, if that's the stated mission? These are fair questions to ask, right? I probably have 6 different videos on my phone right now that I could play that show soldiers kind of laughing and goofing off, and then they press a button and then boom, a big building behind them or a series of buildings go down. And it's like, how is that part of the mission? And that seems to make us think, if I'm an independent observer, that you're just trying to go in there and destroy shit, right? That's part of the mission, which isn't stated. And it doesn't do anything to prosecute the cause of the conflict, which is to eliminate this so-called enemy. That, by the way, you can't eliminate an enemy that is a thought process. Because for every person you unalive, civilian or militant, they have a child who's going to step up in their place and want to, do something about it. Because why wouldn't you? It's normal human behavior. So I don't even think this mission serves Israel's long-term goals. If I wanted to keep Israel as an entity and survive through these processes, why do all this other stuff you don't have to do? It's unnecessary. Anyway, maybe it's just because the people in charge just think they're going to get away with it. They can act with impunity and none of this matters. Blowback. Hey, real quick, I have to say a couple things before we bring up our next guest. Just in general, some housekeeping stuff. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chip Barnes. I'm a geopolitical analyst, but albeit which we'll call, I'm an amateur. I'm not a professional. I don't have a degree. I'm just a guy who, this is kind of my hobby to read and study this stuff, has been for a long, long time. I served in the U.S. Army. I was a young Army officer in 1990. I deployed to what's called the first Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm. And I was in a tank unit. We were on the front lines. We were in Saudi Arabia. Then we moved up to the Iraqi border. We went into Iraq, pushed back the Iraqi military up back towards Baghdad, which was our mission. We didn't go any further. And then we went back into Kuwait, where we finished out in Saudi Arabia and went home. It took just under 6 months we were there in 1990, 1991. And you learn a lot by being in combat. Combat is awful. And we were very fortunate in our unit that we weren't under a lot of enemy fire. They had a much more inferior situation where we were positioned. They didn't have a lot of artillery. They didn't have any air. We had air superiority. So our pilots could come in and bomb their tanks. Then our artillery could fire, which obliterates most of everything. And then the tanks and the other units move in, and whatever's left, that's what you deal with. But most of the soldiers surrendered. So we didn't engage them. We don't, our military, I can just speak for what I saw in my unit. It was absolutely strict as far as what we did regarding, soldiers that weren't trying to fight. You just didn't do anything to them. I'm not saying it never happened in the entire war because I wasn't in other places, but I know we collected about 5,600 Iraqi prisoners. That was most of my job, was dealing with prisoners, processing them in. So thank God, not one person in our unit got unalived. Actually, one person did in the beginning of the conflict, but not during the actual fighting, because he was out of his vehicle taking pictures, and one of the artillery rounds fell short and hit near the vehicle, and he died because the rules, the command structure said stay inside, called buttoned up. You have to stay inside your vehicle with your hatch closed, and he was taking pictures, and he was like, he'd been in the Army for like 26 years. Anyway, I don't understand that, but anyway, so that experience shaped me a lot. And then when I learned about the Israel-Palestine conflict in my senior year of college, just before I went to the Army, one of my classmates happened to talk about it. I had no clue. Like most Americans probably weren't paying attention before October 7th. It's just not on our radar. But I was lucky to learn about it. It totally changed my thinking, because I've always been given a certain story, as most Americans get, which is the one-sided thing. And it just I didn't know there was a West Bank. I didn't know there was a Gaza Strip. I didn't know much about any of this stuff, But it all became apparent that it was very unfair, and it was a lot worse than anything I'd ever been told. So it just kind of sparked a long-term interest, and I've been following it. I followed the different peace agreements. I followed the subsequent conflicts. Now, I was born in 1967, so it's interesting that the war that pretty much put the rest of the territories under the Israeli control happened when I was first born, right about the same time, actually. Interestingly enough. Anyway, I've been mostly self-employed my whole life, and I do try to do stuff. I came on social media about 3.5 months ago, about a day or two after the conflict. Now, I didn't talk about the conflict right away. If you go back and look at my early videos, I was talking about things like the business situation, the political climate in the United States. I didn't know if I should talk about it or not. And then a few days later, I got into it a little bit, and then I just started talking about it more, and then it's carried us to where we are today. A lot of people are not happy with me because I'm outspoken and critical of Israel and critical of Zionism. And so I've been the people that focus their attention on trying to find ways to shut people up like me, in addition to what's going on with the social media services. We all know there's something going on. I can't pinpoint it, but I've had my account taken down multiple times, and so have others. And that's unfortunate, right? So freedom of speech should rule the day, but we know that with these private companies, there's not the same standard applied, which is unfortunate. Anyway, I want to just tell you my schedule again. For those of you who don't know, I go every Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday from 12 noon and sometimes till 2 or longer. Some days we have guests. We have a bunch of guests in the queue. Thank you for being patient. We have Shaquille, James, Go, and the other user 44, whatever. So
Thank you.
one last thing, one last thing real quick, Ruby. Just to let you know, there's a link tree in my bio. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's a shortcut to somebody else's social media and other stuff. So if you go into my main page where my videos are, the schedule that I just mentioned is pinned on a little green banner. You can see that if you forget. And then if you click my link tree, there's basically 3 sections. The top section is my social media, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. And then in the middle are some groups on Telegram, which is a messaging app you can download for free. And some groups we have, like one's called Palestine in Focus. It just gives you a chance to interact with people, and a lot of videos and photos that can't go here go there. And then finally, there's some links at the bottom. I have what's called a Patreon, like most people have. I'm trying to build a community of small supporters so I can focus exclusively on doing this kind of work. But I've been accused of trying to get rich. That's ridiculous. I mean, I think I have made a total of like $750, $800 for the last 4 months. That's hardly getting rich, right? Anyway, so that's how I'm trying to survive. I'm a simple person. I don't spend anything on luxury, but I got to survive like everybody else. So there's that. If you want to help out, great. You can do it through TikTok. Just know that if you press that little gold star and subscribe, which I appreciate, TikTok keeps 70% of the proceeds, which seems kind of high, but I'm good for their business. I'm glad they get to make some money. It's just a lot. And then finally, if you want to get involved in any, there's one called Action for Change in those Telegram groups. I talk a lot about these big picture politic issues. We're stuck. Elections are not really doing the job. What else then? What else is there? You can learn more about that there, because it's not the kind of thing we can talk too much about here. Obviously, it's just a little too sensitive or whatever to the crowd. So these are, by the way, one last thing before I bring Riri back. We have these are all recorded and they're all uploaded in their entirety, unedited, to my YouTube channel and my Rumble channel, the same links through that same link tree. If you're outside the United States, just to let you know, that link that is normally available to American followers is not there. But I wrote down the text that you put into your web browser. It's Linktree/Chip Barnes. You'll see it. If you type it into a web browser and hit enter, it'll take you to the same place. I hope you'll follow me elsewhere. One of the challenges in social media is it's easy to get disconnected. A lot of this stuff is completely outside of my control and other content creators. If we're not linked up elsewhere, we're not going to be having these talks, because that's going to be that, right? I can't control it. It's happened 4 times. So I don't know. The plug can get pulled. I got what's called a copyright strike. If you don't know what that is, I did a video where I put in a very small clip of somebody else's video. I had no idea you couldn't even do this. And they did what's called a copyright request, and they took down my video, and they give me a strike, and they said if it happens again, my account's going to get lost. I had no idea it did anything wrong. So that's what's going on. Riri, let me bring up another guest here, and Shaquille, let me bring him up. Riri, you want to have any finishing comments?
Just wanted to thank you before I have to run, and I wanted to say, please don't feel discouraged by anyone who might say negative comments on the work you've been doing. Just know that whenever you have pushback, anyone who has pushback, know that your words are making impact. That's why you are being under attention. And I want to ask people to support Chip and any of the other people on TikTok who are speaking up and advocating for the end of the occupation and just justice in general and humanity. And if there's anything we can support you like you support us, we would be more than happy to do that, whether that's by following or any other means. Please let us know. And I'm just going to have to run, and you're probably going to see me again. And
awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, you are wonderful. Thanks for being here, Riri. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Okay. Yeah, what a wonderful guest to have on. So knowledgeable and so articulate and all that. I did forget to mention one thing, which Riri mentioned. There's one thing you can do to help, which is not a whole lot to do. You can either tap on the screen, which does something called increase the likes. Most of you probably know this. And then the other thing you can do is if you hold your finger down on the live for half a second, a list of your friends will pop up, and then you can invite people, which a lot of people have done. If you go to a content creators live, when you first come in, this is the first thing I do. I tap on the likes, I get like 150, 200, and then I tap on the screen and invite all my mutuals. And that way, listen, here's the thing, what's happening with content creators that are pro-Palestine, our reach, in other words, normally when you go live, it's everybody gets a thing, and people who are new, who haven't seen you before, they also get it. That's not happening. I have people in my followers who say, hey, I didn't get notified. That's why I do a fixed schedule, because a lot of times if I don't, people don't see me when I go live anymore. So that's why sharing it is so important, which I appreciate those who are doing it. Thank you so much. And then finally, I didn't even know anything about this. There's a little heart, a little orange heart that says 651. There's something to do with engagement that TikTok does. So if you tap on that heart, it costs 2 cents. It's called a coin, I think, but it's actually 2 cents. It's what it costs to have it in your system. And then once you join that, there's like 3 or 4 things you engage with. You do like 1, 2, 3, 4. It like quintuples the reach of a live for each person that does that. So if you're willing to do that, it does cost something, but it's minuscule. Anyway, and I just want to say I really appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to go till about 2:45, get the last few guests in. I got some other work I need to do, obviously. And it's a pretty nice day here, so I'm going to get out with the dog and go for a walk. Okay, let's see. We're in Sister Libre. By the way, Sister Libre is great. She has a lot of great videos. I really appreciate her work. And okay, we're going to let Shaquille go first, and then we'll let Sister Libre come up. I think she told me her first name, but damn, I forgot. I apologize. Yes, Shaquille.
Hey Chip, good afternoon. Well, good evening from the UK to you, my friend.
Yes, good to see you.
By the way, same age, both served as officers in the military. and both
Nice.
have a interest in global geopolitics, which is quite nice. I like that.
Yes.
And
Good
both
stuff.
under attack by enemies of humanity, which is
Yeah.
not a nice and pleasant place to be. But you know, when that happens to you, you know that you're in a good place. You're in a right place. You're supported by real people who
Yeah.
care about humanity.
Yeah,
And
well,
you know,
one quick thing. It's in fairness to those who are our enemies. Listen, if speak for myself only, if
yeah,
I do something that's wrong, which I think I've done things that are wrong throughout a lot of my life, and I feel badly for those times when it hurt other people. I got to take ownership of that. Anybody should, I think. But it's fair to point out somebody's flaws. If you're, I've done it to other people too. So fair is fair. But some of my stuff is not great, and I think that it's important for us who do wrong things to admit it, apologize for it, and hopefully move on and be better. That's my goal. And
well,
I think I'm going to keep moving forward regardless. You got to take your lumps and move on.
yeah. Well, I've been following you now for several months, probably well since the beginning of the invasion of Gaza, and I've not seen you put a foot wrong. I've only ever seen you being incredibly tolerant of vile people who make poor, really bad accusations, and you've been a massive support for people who don't have a voice. And so if by the way, once I work out, I think I did work out how to send these hearts once. I've got some money in my account. Apparently, I can use that to buy hearts. But I'll look up some YouTube tutorials to work out how, because I understand you're absolutely right that sending these hearts actually helps people extend their
Yeah,
reach and beat the algorithms. So, guys, do
exactly.
where you can, do support Chip, support the people who are making sacrifices of their time. Chip's got a business. He could be focusing on his business, but he puts so much time into this. It's got to be it's got to be sacrificing something to be doing this, and so I think it's a great way to be able to show appreciation. So once I work that out, I'll do that. But I think in the
Thank
early
you.
days I managed to send a heart. But now what we're seeing, by the way, we're seeing desperation from the Zionist entity. They've gone into a hospital dressed as doctors and
Yeah,
patients and dressed. I mean, they have they know it's all going to be caught on camera because they know the whole places are cameraed up. They have zero care. They don't give two hoots about who knows. The world knows. The it's all there for people to see, and the shocking thing is they actually do not care, and they've proven that they can go into a hospital. The ICJ case is 100% proven against them now, and they've basically given even more evidence against themselves by going into a hospital armed to the teeth, shooting three men in their beds. One is a paraplegic. What threat he would be to anybody is totally beyond me, okay, and beyond any other normal human being. But this is the problem. We're not dealing with people who are normal. These people are so extreme. You've got this woman, Daniela Wise, who I think is a Ukrainian or a Polish woman, okay, claiming that she's returning to her land. I mean, I should have to run that one by a whole panel of us to work out how does a woman from Ukraine, a white European, claim to be claiming land in the Middle East. None of this makes any sense.
yeah, exactly.
It's absolutely comical. It would be like me living here in the UK. My parents are from Pakistan, okay, claiming that a section of Birmingham now belongs to me and my family and my relatives, and we're seizing it,
Yeah,
and we're taking control, and we're going to impose a military armed control over the area. I mean, I would be laughed out of my house, you know.
exactly. Yeah,
But these people, they have this incredible gall and this nerve that they literally do not care what the world thinks, and they will do whatever is in their so-called scriptures that they've written themselves and they've edited and revised over the centuries themselves to suit their purposes. They are essentially a criminal syndicate, and it's a criminal syndicate that inherits from one generation to the next. This is what they've created. They've created this concept of this criminal syndicate that inherits from one generation to the next. And then they wonder and complain about why they're treated the way they are, because people don't like their actions. People just want to live in peace. There's no such thing as any religious group that are targeted simply for their religion. I'm a Muslim. Nobody's ever targeted me, and there's a lot of Islamophobia. Islamophobia is the biggest problem in the UK in terms of hate towards any group. It's the Muslims who get the most. But we still don't go bleating about it and saying Muslims are being targeted. It is what it is. Human nature is sometimes to be offensive to people who are different from you. Okay. But what they've done is that they've created this environment where they are the only ones who suffer. They're the only ones who've got they have the monopoly on suffering. Nobody else is allowed to suffer. And this is just out of control. It's out of order. But for the first time ever, and I'm same age as you, Chip, okay, and we are now seeing a global shift in people's alliances. There are people in countries that in the past had total blind faith in this Zionist project, and they believe their stories and their lies about their false claims to this land in the Middle East, okay, and those people are turning. We've now got, I think, about 6 or 7 European countries which are officially siding with the against the Americans on this cancellation of funds to UNRWA. You know, where they've basically, I mean, it's amazing that they're cancelling funds to UNRWA, the UN agency that provides aid into Palestine, only just now after the ICG ruling, the very next day. How come they didn't know about any of this before? 13,000 staff in Palestine work for the UN relief agency. Okay, all of a sudden there's
Can I just ask you a question?
yeah.
Somebody in the comments says somebody says defund UNRWA. Do you know the implications of what's going to happen if they get defunded?
Yeah, mass starvation. There'll be deaths on a huge scale because
Right. That's a very cavalier thing to say, defund UNRWA. That's like saying starve out like 500,000 to 1 million people.
it's literally saying inflict a Holocaust. Because I saw a video the other day. What is the definition of a Holocaust? Okay, it's the burning and the neutralizing of a population. Well, guess what? This is what's happening to the Palestinians. The Palestinians are being burnt. They're being neutralized. They're being shredded by weapons supplied by the UK and mostly the USA. Okay, and by funds from these countries, and they've enabled it and facilitated it. And now what they want to do is the overwhelming majority of Palestinians, they're not combatants, they're not armed, they're just ordinary civilians. 60 to 70% of those who've been taken, who've been unalived, are women and children. And in any other combat scenario, if there were that many women and children who are being affected, the combat would cease. You know that, and I know that. Okay, the combat would cease until they figure out how to stop this from happening. But what these guys are doing, these squatters, okay, they are deliberately targeting, and they're deliberately shelling those areas. They gather them into a certain location and then tell them it's going to be safe, and they bomb it. And they've just found, was it yesterday, 30 graves in the schoolyard of people who were shot in the back of the head. Yeah, and then zip tied, put into bags and dumped. Okay, and then buried over. And this, and the thing is, where is the outcry of the powerful Western nations to demand an answer? Because had that been the other way around, yeah, they'd have sent even more ships, just like they've sent warships to the Red Sea, okay, against the Yemenis. What is Yemen doing? Yemen is simply assisting those people who are being G-sided.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's all they're doing. And they didn't harm a single fly. They didn't take a single life. Okay, they stopped some ships. They attacked the ships. They did the right job. Okay, any ships that were linked to Israel in any way were prevented and blocked. They didn't block any other ships. and even American and British ships were getting through. And then when Britain and America send in a naval task force and bomb Yemen and kill, neutralize Yemenis, including like there was a whole bunch of them on little speedboats who didn't harm
Yeah.
anybody. They didn't neutralize anybody, but they were taken out. Their lives were taken. And people need to understand the dynamics of what's going on. And if people actually took time to understand, instead of being blindly supporting a side that they've always been brainwashed into supporting, okay, they would be 100% thinking like us, and they'd be on our side. They would be on the side of people who are being oppressed, regardless of what their skin color is or their faith is, etc. They would be on the side of people who are being oppressed. And it's incredible that there are still people who've got no connection, no link whatsoever, the most tenuous link to Zionists or anybody who's linked with Israel and the Jewish people, etc. They've got zero links to it, but they blindly support them. Because what's happened is over the decades, and I can speak about this, over the decades, there has been a campaign to vilify Muslim people and to spread this concept of Islamophobia, that the brown guy is bad, so that when we go into wars, in Iraq, in Syria, in Yemen, in Libya, when people are neutralized by the millions, there's no real outcry. There's a couple of demonstrations and the peace campaigners will get a bit upset. But overall, the good, decent people do not come out and say anything because they've already been conditioned through the news media, through all the talking heads that come on TV to tell you that the Iranians are the devil and the Iranians need to be taken out. They're incredibly peaceful people. They're an advanced civilization that were one of the oldest civilizations in the world. They're incredibly intelligent, articulate, highly educated people who just want peace like everybody else. But the Zionist lobby is so powerful, and what they've done is they've shaped people's opinions to want to take them out. Why? Because Iran will always support oppressed people, whether it's in South America, which they do, whether it's in the Middle East, in their own region. And they've done this consistently. And the other thing is they're not Sunni Muslims, they're Shia Muslims. The majority of the support they give is to Sunni Muslim states. Like the Lebanese, the Palestinians, there's no Shia in Palestine. They're 99% Sunnis, and they support them. Even to the point where some Shia communities will say, like, why are we giving them so much money? Okay, why are we supporting why? Because they don't see any difference. They just see humanity. And people need to really pay attention and read between the lines. Unfortunately, the USA, it's the most powerful nation on the earth, but it's also the most brainwashed and the most insular. And it is really, really sad. So people like you, when I come across somebody like you, Chip, it's quite a rarity. People with an open mind who are independent free thinkers are in an absolute minority. And that's why you get attacked. And that's why you get vilified. And that's why we must support you and love you and really back you up and follow all your different channels and wherever you're on, and give you all the support that you can get and all the support that you deserve, because you deserve tremendous support for what you do. You're making sacrifices, you're coming under attack, and I can see, and realistically, you don't have to do any of this, but you do it because you're a human. You do it because you've got a heart and you've got a conscience, and you don't like seeing your fellow humans suffer.
True.
And this is what I see. This is what I see. I'm going to thank you very much. And I know there's a sister who wants to jump on and speak as well. So my apologies.
She's a really wonderful person too. I've been following her since I've been on TikTok, and I just have a lot of love and respect for her. Thanks for being. I really appreciate the kind words and the support, and you being so. I want to get you on a special live as a guest. You and I can talk, or maybe even a
Would love
podcast
to.
episode.
You know what?
So
It'd be fantastic to have long form conversation.
yeah, why don't we do this? I have an email connection in the bottom of my bio, where it's just chipbarnesonline@gmail.com. Real simple.
I'll message you.
Please do. Thank you so much, Shaquille. Really
Cheers,
appreciate you.
brother. Bye.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, I tell you what, there's certain people that come on like Riri and Shaquille. I mean, just amazing people that are so articulate and so well informed. It's great to meet people. And Sister Libre, same thing, just a great person. She's been speaking out. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Chip?
I'm well, thanks.
It's hard to follow a person with a British accent because here I'm coming in with my Midwest UX accent. It's not as nice to listen to.
Nah, you're doing great. No, by the way, I just want to thank you for, your videos are so well done, and so you have a warmth about you that I think is really noticeable.
Oh, that is so nice of you to say. I know I'm a different kind of creator than you. You have that like logical rationale. You have the military background. I think my videos are like have a more emotional part of them. But I've really, these past 3 months have just so fundamentally changed me. It's like the line has been drawn in the sand, and now I feel like this issue has really separated people on like the people who are really good just going to tune this out, turn away from it, and choose not to pay attention, and those of us who are not just going to sit here while innocents be unalived at this mass rate. And so I'm thankful for all the people that I've met, because that's who I don't know if you heard, Chip, but in the past hour, and I just joined when you were finishing up talking to Riri, but Qatar has announced that there is a possible ceasefire about to be immediately announced. Did you hear that? Oh no, what's going on with the sound? Chip, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
Uh,
Yeah, sorry. I go on mute, so I
yeah,
purposely mute so I don't background noise. I have a dog here.
yeah.
Yeah, we heard about it. We talked about it earlier. We mentioned the term that it'll be a 6-week pause of military activity. It will involve a hostage exchange for every one Israeli hostage that gets released. There'll be 3 Palestinians that get released. If it's an IDF soldier being held, or IOF, ITF, whatever you refer to them as, there'll be more. They didn't say exactly. And that it'll be reevaluated. It might be extended after the first 6 weeks. This is great news, by the way. This is about the best news we could hope for. And it's long overdue. Let's hope it gets through, because it's not formalized yet. The H group hasn't formally signed off yet, but I think they probably will. Fingers crossed. The people of Gaza deserve, I mean, my God, think of what they've been through. I saw a
I
picture.
just, oh,
Did you see there was a video of a young lady, young girl, maybe she might have been about 10 or 12. She was sitting outside. It was raining profusely. She had nowhere to go. She just, all of that, just for me, that represented all. It was cold. She was just miserable. She was just like, that moment represented for me the suffering, the agony, what these people endure. And that's been going on for decades. This is just the worst aspect of it ever, but it's been the same thing forever.
oh, I know. Well, the video that impacted me most this week was, and I've got to really choose my words wisely, was the girl. She was a teenager, and she was in a house with her uncle, who's an orthopedic surgeon, and she went
Yeah.
up to the top of the house to make a phone call to her dad and got hit with a shell. Their home was surrounded by tanks, and her uncle had to use, because she got this shell hit in her leg and she was going to be, unalived. He had to use a kitchen knife to amputate her
Oh my
without
God.
anesthesia. And
Oh my God.
just all to the girl you mentioned, that girl, the horrors that they've been through. I know that, and I just really want to put it out here that
It's fucked up.
even with the ceasefire, like we have to, as a global community, support them. This is not something I personally will be, oh, it's a ceasefire, I'm going back to life as usual. Like, they need true long-term attention, liberation, ability to helping rebuilding. It's just, I know that even with this news today, I hope it's true, and I hope that all of the whatever what do you call it, the details of the agreement are beneficial,
Yeah.
that it's not temporary. It shouldn't be temporary. That's one thing. and that we know that when both sides release the hostages, one side has the ability to completely take up new ones at any time. And I hope that so we just need
Yeah.
more than just that. We need long-term change, and yeah, people just need to wake up. And so to Shaquille,
Yeah.
the guy who was on, you know, he needs to know there are a few of us in the US who are woken up, and we're trying to wake everybody else up. But some
Yeah.
people are just, I don't know what it is about these people who want to stay asleep. It's concerning to me. But
Yeah, yeah, I think I agree with you wholeheartedly. This should be a permanent ceasefire, and
absolutely.
enough is enough. I mean, it's already way disproportionate. Here's my concern. I don't know if you feel the same way in the audience or with what's your first name again, sister? Do you want to
April,
share it or no?
April, April.
April. That's it. I won't forget again. You're the month before I was born. That's perfect.
Okay.
Okay. April showers bring May flower. I think that's how it goes.
Good way to remember.
Okay, yeah, I'll remember it that way now. But yeah, I mean, think of it this way: this has been way more disproportionate. I knew it was going to be disproportionate because if you watch these conflicts before, anytime the H group does anything that's harmful, it just comes back at least tenfold. That's been but it's happened in this case way more than tenfold. I thought it was going to be bad, but I had no idea it was going to be this bad. They've pretty much destroyed all of northern Gaza.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are still remaining, but they're probably not doing great if they are. It's a horrible situation. But it looks like, again, I don't know for sure, that they intend to remain in the north and leave everybody who's been forced out in the south. And they're building this like separation berm that's going to eventually lead to some sort of maybe annexation or administrative control, whatever they're going to call it. They're talking about developing it like beachfront property and all this
Yes.
other disgusting stuff. So it looks like they're trying to absorb it. I think most of the international community, just like 1967, are going to say, no, no, no.
Yeah.
You can't just take somebody's land because you're angry. But when this first started, I heard somebody say this. He said, the only thing, this is his words, not mine, the only thing the Arabs respond to is land. Therefore, we will take land from them. That's what I heard from the day this happened. I heard that from somebody. I got a video sent to me that somebody said that. So it's not unexpected, but I never thought they would do as much damage to the people as they've done it, indiscriminately destroy all these structures and then come through and blow stuff up afterwards. It just, to me, it's just the cruelty and the total callous disregard for valuing Palestinian lives shows you where someone's coming from. Don't believe what they say, believe what they do.
Right. While calling themselves the most moral army. I mean, we're all watching it now. So I'll let the next guest go, but thanks again, Chip, for everything you do. I come on most of your lives and I really enjoy them and I enjoy your
Oh, yeah.
content. And you've been a real, during all of this, it's been great to have your voice on this app. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you, April. Someday I'll learn how to make fancier videos. Right now, I just walk down the street and talk. I'm
They
pretty much a
work.
very unsophisticated guy. So thank you, April. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Yeah, I got to tell you, if you're not following April, Sister Libre, she's great. And I always look forward to seeing her face when she pops up. I just stop whatever I'm doing and I just listen to the whole thing because she's on point. And like you said, it's about, bringing up both sides. I'm more of the analytical. She's more of the emotional. Together, we get the message across, which is good. It's all about the message. Speaking of somebody that I admire, and this person has a lot more exuberance than I do, Dionysus. What a great man. His heart is amazing. How you doing today?
Chip, how's it going, brother? I
Okay.
appreciate how you're standing up and answering the tough questions, taking accountability, and
Yeah.
you didn't tuck tail and run like most people with our privilege would, and just doing the next best thing. Your information, your knowledge, and some experience in the realms is much needed. That's why they are going after you. The way you can impart a message to people who look like you and I is very important in this matter. We need a lot of white privilege in this matter to like create, sorry for the pun, but human shields for this movement, so to speak.
Right.
Um, and I just want to, I want to say like, yeah, just do you already, I think people probably told you this before, but now like try to use this experience and why it has changed your mind from the past. You know what I mean? And why you're
Yeah.
turning around. Because I think people also need to hear that too. Because there's a lot of people who are raised in certain demographics of people where they don't get to meet other demographics,
Yeah.
and it happens in each side of the fence. Everybody's guilty of it, but what we do when we do have examples like this in our life, we just got to do better the next time. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
perfect. I
no
got a
doubt.
record 15 pages deep. Like, I haven't been the best
Well,
human being in my
yeah.
life. Like, so, but we just do the next best thing and lead by example. And I just wanted to come and say thank you for like not tucking tail and running like most people would after being, after being targeted like that, and for taking accountability, number two, and waiting till you had your own platform to do that. I think that was wise of you to just, take the heat on other platforms and do what you did, and keep standing where you're standing. Just keep sharing the information you're sharing, because people need to hear it, man, especially from people like us.
I appreciate that. Yeah, likewise. I mean, if you want to listen to somebody who is much more sort of energetic and enthusiastic and really just gets down on the topic side, follow Dionysus. He does a lot of lives. Sometimes he's been outdoors doing them, but he's just a dynamic personality. And I think you really like him because I think he cut the mold got thrown away when it came. I'm sure you've been told that before. You're just a unique character. And I really I enjoy your style.
I'm
It's
labeled
great.
a couple of things out of the DSM-5, we'll say.
There you go. That's fair. All right, man. Good hearing from you.
You too, brother. Have a good one.
Take care. Thanks for the nice words. I appreciate that. All right, I'm going to clarify because I think this is important. Again, we all go through stumbles in life. I just had a major fall, and not a good one. It's 100% my fault. I'm not going to blame anybody else because it's not worthy of that. I had authored some messages on Twitter which were unearthed, and they were inappropriate. I could have worded them so much differently and so much better and gotten the same point across without coming across as a jackass. And that's totally on me. And I've definitely learned my lesson with respect to how to do things differently. Obviously, I think if you watch me enough on here, I don't have any ill will towards anybody. The way that I phrase those things indicated the exact opposite. And I'm not, that's what, I mean, other people have done this and they say things. Listen, I'll be fair. I was raised in an environment where the undertones that pervade our whole society existed in my household for sure, from my father's side. And I don't know why that is. It's just, I don't know. There are cultural divides in our country and there's different aspects to life. And it's there. And I don't think some people even do it intentionally, but it just kind of exists. And maybe that's something I need to focus on and work on. And I'm going to talk to a counselor about this and, put it on the table and work through it. And like Dionysus said, one foot in front of the other, but commitment to work towards being better. And really, if you F up in life and you really F up, the only thing you can do is take accountability, apologize, and commit to doing better and showing people that you're doing it, not just saying it. So that's where I am with it. Definitely not proud of what I did. It was stupid, ill-advised, and ignorant, basically, and unfair. And if I was on the other side of viewing that, I would be like, "What the f, dude? What the f?" Fair enough. It is what it is. I talked to a lot of people about this, by the way, because I didn't want to do anything that was inconsiderate, given that I do have a pretty wide reach and I'm talking about this issue a lot. I did check in with some people who, said, "Hey, it sucks that happened. It's not great, but the best thing for you to do is just stay on your feet, keep moving one foot, take the lumps and move on." And that's what I've chosen to do. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. I'm going to do better. I'm going to try to do what I can to right those wrongs. It's going to take some time. There's some people that are deeply offended and hurt, and I don't blame them. And they have every right to be so. I think what I've had to do, just to let you know I used to bounce around a lot to other people's lives. And just whenever you have a moment of trouble in your life and you're the focus of the key part is the messaging. We just talked about the ceasefire. That is awesome. That's step one. But the focus has to be on the message and the mission, not on any particular messenger. And so if somebody becomes a distraction and is causing more harm than good in that process, that's when somebody needs to, get out of the situation. I don't believe that's the case yet. At least that's the advice that I got. So I'm going to keep charging through. But if somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, dude," then I'm going to listen. I think I have to have the humility. It's not about me. I would love to have more followers like anybody and have more presence online, but I don't want to, hurt anybody's feelings or be destructive. So, having said that, there's a video floating around. You probably most of you, if you haven't seen it, you'll probably end up seeing it. It's pretty impactful, and whoever did it was really running hard for me. And the reason is, and fair enough, I had done a video about some people that are on a pro-Israel panel. They're typically the same people. And they had said some things which were, I think, way, way worse than the things that I authored on Twitter. And I won't repeat them. I'm not trying to indict them. But at the time, I just wanted to let people know I've done this before with when I go into panels, just how people talk to me. I did a video about that. And I did another video where I said, hey, this is what people are saying on the other side about people in Gaza. And I left it in their words. I didn't say anything. I just showed what they say. So anyway, it is what it is. That sort of stuff's going to keep happening, I think. And like Dionysus said and others, when you have somebody who's not the usual, person advocating for Palestine, and I know when people go on Al Jazeera or other American programs and they happen to be from the Palestinian side, let's face it, the American system and the Western system doesn't give as much credit to the Palestinian argument. And that's really unfortunate because I think most people disregard what happened in 1948. And it's all about being on the other side. If you think of this, what is the original sin that caused all these problems? You got to go back to the beginning. You can't just say October 7th. You can be outraged about October 7th, but it's disingenuous not to look at it in the broader context. Even the Secretary General of the UN said, it's horrible what happened, but it didn't happen in a vacuum. And I think a lot of people aren't willing to acknowledge that. And they may not even know much about it. They may look at it that I think a lot of people, this is what I've heard them say, and I think this is absolutely Looney Tunes. They say that people left voluntarily. They just went away because they just didn't want to deal with whatever. And they say that the, quote, Arab nations told them to leave and they'd be back in a week after the military actions. I guess that could have happened in some circumstances. But here's the thing I want to ask you. If you're living in an area and this whole political change is occurring and you're worried about what your future is, you might have a business or you might have a community that's going to be affected by all this, and you know it's kind of coming. And then some people go into a village that's a kilometer away from you, and everybody gets unalived, and it's a complete Deir Yassin situation. Are you going to wait for the troops to come to you? Hell no, you're going to grab your shit and go, which is what I would do. I'm not going to wait for somebody to come and do that to me. So a lot of it happened because of that. That's not voluntary. So to claim that that's voluntary, I would call that a catastrophe for me. If right now somebody came and the building across from me, they just literally shot it up, and I knew they were kind of a marauding gang, I'd be like, let's go. Like, I'd be running. So I think that's normal. Anyway, I've tried to bring up some people. By the way, those guests that are coming up, what happens is, I don't know if you can see yourself coming up, but it does this little timer thing where it doesn't bring you up. What I've learned is if you're in that situation, you have to leave TikTok, like literally close the app. Sometimes you got to turn off it may be your connection. So if you go to airplane mode or whatever it is, it cuts off your signal and then put it back on again and then come back into TikTok and then it'll be okay. Sometimes you have to open your camera up for a second because if it drops that'll stop that from happening. So we have two people in the guest queue. I'll try to get to them, but they're both the same people that have been timing out. So I'm not sure what's happening. But yeah, for those who have said nice things and been supportive, I really appreciate it. You certainly have every reason not to, but hopefully the positives outweigh the negatives. And that's the whole point of this, is to get the message out. So I'm going to keep working and, just do the best I can. That's all I can say. All right, we have Lena that's here. Maybe Lena will come through. Lena and I are mutuals. Hello, Lena.
Hey Chip, how are you?
I'm hanging in.
Okay, so I'm just going to be really quick, and anyone who knows me knows that I get to the point. So number one, and very most importantly, every single thing you've been doing, I've only been following you since October 7th. You have had nothing but positivity. You've been nothing but amazing. You've been nothing but supportive to Palestinian cause. I'm Palestinian, that's all I can speak about. I have not seen anything negative from you. The problem with the world today is not even just, the world. The problem with the whole situation with Palestine and the Israeli terror occupation is we can't have any support. You damn Palestinians aren't allowed any support. We're gonna try and take you down no matter what. Any support you guys get, look at Yemen. Look at Yemen, poor little Yemen. They're nobody. They're a big nobody,
Right.
and they're the only ones helping us, and they're getting attacked. You're literally like our Yemen. You are equivalent to our Yemen. And it's just not fair for somebody to be so positive and to be so amazing for the last, I don't even know how long I've known you, and they're trying to discredit you for some things we've done in the past. Please, every single person has skeletons. Everyone has a skeleton. So we're gonna say that you're this horrible person because of that? No, I'm sorry, I'm 100% Palestinian, and I claim you as a Palestinian at this point. And you know what? Chip, you yourself have been in those damn lives. They are vile. They are vile human beings. They have not said anything anything better. They are racist. They're monsters. They're disgusting. They're dirty. They are just vile people. They never allow anyone speak, let alone, you being there so respectful. I've never heard you curse. I've never heard you. I'm sorry. I'm actually angry for you. I know you're being calm and I really appreciate you coming up here, but I guess maybe because you have this big platform and you feel the need to, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it. Your stand with us, you being with us is like a light at the end of the tunnel, okay? And they want to just knock every single person down who stands with us. And I'm sorry, Abdulrahman, I am not going to calm down. Please don't tell a Palestinian woman to calm down. Thank you.
Yeah, speak from your heart. That's fine. I appreciate the support. And by the way, I would do this no matter what, and I'm going to keep doing this no matter what because it's almost like my obligation. And here's why. I learned about this completely just out of pure chance when I was younger, and so I've had the chance to follow it for a long time. And I think when you learn something about a situation and most people don't know about it, and it's completely unfair and people are being exploited, if you don't speak up, you're kind of a coward, right? And yeah, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I could get in trouble. Someone could, this is what I've thought. This is crazy, but here's what I've thought of, and I hope this doesn't happen. But this is the kind of stuff people will do. So one of the things I've heard people happen, they'll plant something in your car. They'll get into your car. They'll plant something. Let's say like this kind of thing, whatever that is. And then you'll get pulled over and they'll find it. And then you go to jail for 10 years because you're having illegal this. That stuff happens. People can put a GPS on your car and they can track where you go. If you go somewhere that, there's all sorts of things people can do to try to make your life miserable. If you have any tax issues, they can just drive that down your throat. There's all sorts of ways, and they'll try to get you in any kind of trouble, or they'll follow you and whatever. I'm never breaking the law again as long as I live, at least not intentionally. And I don't know if speech laws are going to change or if some of the speech in the past crosses barrier. I don't know. But like on here, I did a video where I clipped someone else's video. I had no idea that was off limits because I thought TikTok content is public use. I didn't know there was some sort of copyright issue. But it turns out if you take pieces of somebody's live purportedly, and if they claim copyright, they can take it down. I had no clue. So I never knowingly do anything that's illegal. If who knows? As far as now, I've done things in my past, by the way. Again, talk about, skeletons. I used to be involved in the, how do I say it? The green thing that people enjoy when they're at the end of their day, if they don't do wine or beer. I had a business around that. It was right before things became above board. So mine was below board and I got in some trouble for it. Luckily, it all got dropped. But I've spent some time where you couldn't leave for the day, if you know what I mean, where the food isn't so good. And it's unpleasant. Like Shaquille said, who was on here earlier from over in the UK, he's been through that stuff before. We all have bumps and bruises.
Yeah, but Chip,
So
what I'm saying is, why are you trying, not you, just in general, all of us. This happened to me a few months back, and I'm not going to get into it. But why is my history, my past, going to cover the most amazing, like, it doesn't balance. It's not equal. You know that scale? You're such a
yeah,
good, you're advocating for oppression, and you're doing such good work. It doesn't balance. Oh, you did one tweet, or it doesn't balance. You can't discredit somebody for one tiny mistake, because then the whole world is not balanced. I mean, honestly, it's just not fair. Not just for you. This has happened to me. The last, I would say, since May or June, I was dragged and dragged and dragged and dragged, and I know I'm a good person, but they just want to see, they don't like to see you be good. They don't like to see it. And then for you, especially you, Palestinians, how dare you, a white man stand up with Palestinians? It's unheard of. We can't do it. You shouldn't be with them. How dare you not stand with us, you anti-Semites? You're muted.
just want to let you know the issue that's being discussed. A lot of people are saying, like, what's the deal here? The issue that's being discussed is this. By the way, just to let you know, I spent an hour and a half on a live 2 days ago, and then another half an hour yesterday at the beginning of my live addressing this and going through all the things that need to be. I'll do it briefly here. Sorry about that. I was reheating some coffee. Sorry about that. So In the last, I'd say something from October early on back in the past, I'm not sure the exact dates, I've posted some tweets based on some videos that I saw that were people behaving in a way that I thought was very socially unacceptable, for lack of a better term, like people in restaurants fighting each other and burning the place down or whatever, or kids, a bunch of kids beating the crap out of somebody or whatever it may have been. And I responded to these things by saying some things that were insensitive and overly broad, and that's putting it lightly. And I made references to certain derogatory terms. I didn't say anything directly, but one could probably work through it and say he's kind of intimating this. That was racially inappropriate and something you just can't do nowadays. And I crossed a barrier that I shouldn't have crossed. And just to let you know, I'll let you know exactly where I've always been very open and transparent with people. And yes, I crossed a barrier. Things have happened in the course of my life in many, many, many instances, and there's big patterns that have been established in my journey about certain things. And of course, I grew up in a household. I told you about that earlier. And listen, we're all products of our conditioning, right? And in my case, it doesn't explain away or justify anything that I did here because it was bad and it was wrong. But there is a source and a reason. I told you earlier, things are done for reasons, right? Most people don't have abject hate because what the hell? Who cares? But when things happen a certain way and you make certain observations over and over and over and over again, it slipped out of me in that regard. It was a series of like maybe 5, 6, 7 messages out of 25,000 that I've created. Somebody went through all my Twitter, and I haven't even been able to clean it out yet. I got to go through. It's hard to get to it all. But the point is, it's fair for somebody to find the things that I wrote there. And in my opinion, the video that was put together to sort of compile it all by this guy named Nick, who was one of the panelists that I put out a video about them. It's fair is fair. I authored some things that were inappropriate, highly inappropriate. And I have to take ownership of that, right? I can't just dismiss it. But the question is, and I think, listen, I don't think it's as simple as just saying, well, I hope that the good outweighs the bad. And I think like the guest said, like Lena said, there's these voices are desperately needed because we need more people advocating and getting the word out. But it's also sad or disappointing when someone who's been effective at doing this, it comes to light that some things like what happened with me are in the mix. And I acknowledge that. And so I have to figure out a way to balance reconciling the bad thing that I did and trying to make that right with the good things that I'm able to do. And I'm not sure exactly how to do that. This is new territory for me because I haven't had much, if any, of that in my whole life. And so it's an anomaly, but it's there. And so I think to run away from it is probably the worst choice. It's probably the easiest choice just to kind of quiet down. But I also think that that's what people wanted. They wanted me to be so ashamed and so embarrassed that I just kind of went away because it's just too much to bear. And listen, when I watched that video, it was bad. I mean, it really hit me like, oh my God, that looks terrible. Remember, I don't know if you remember, Joe Rogan had this happen to him. He had a video where he was saying things over many, many, many years where he had little references that seemed very insensitive to certain groups. And they put it together in a compilation that made him look horrible. And again, why did they do that? Because Joe Rogan, and I don't even know if you're a fan or not, I don't follow his work too much, but he was talking about issues that were sensitive to the establishment, just like Russell Brand, same exact thing. Whenever you do something that's sort of counter narrative or counter establishment, and you have a reach, and I don't even have that big of a reach, but people like Joe Rogan and Russell Brand, we're talking many millions. Joe Rogan like 13 million and Russell Brand 6 or 7. You have traction, right? And I have a little bit here, maybe a bigger presence on this platform, not a big one in terms of society. And I think people here just get sick of seeing somebody saying things that make sense that doesn't support their cause, right? That's understandable. I don't really like it so much when someone's spewing propaganda from the other side either. The difference is I'm not going to try to go through and scour their whole life. That's for other people to do. If I see something here that I find to be objectionable, I might point it out because they did it here. But somebody found some things on me that were fair to point out. Granted, I deserve whatever criticism I get for that. And I got to figure out. There's people in the platform here that I respect and I like, and that it really, really, really hurt them and disappointed them more than others. And those relationships or those connections may not be reparable. They may be too severed, and I understand that's fair. But the point I'm trying to make is this: what I didn't do a good job of was, just like I talk about the differentiation between Jewish people and Zionism and the Israeli government and what they do. That's an important distinction to make. I did a poor job of making the same distinction in the comments that I made. And it was unfair, and I should have made the distinction, and I didn't do a good job of that. And so I got to own that. And there's going to be some people that don't agree with Lena. that think that because that was so objectionable that it just discredits the whole 9 yards. The way I've looked at life, and there's somebody named Scott Ritter. I don't know if you follow Scott Ritter. Some people say because Scott had some legal troubles when he was much younger, that his voice is not credible because of what he got involved in. I don't see it that way. I look at the good being better than the bad, and nobody's perfect. And yeah, what Scott got involved in, not to deflect from me, people find even more objectionable than what happened with me recently. And I understand their point of view. I don't tell them they can't have that point of view. What I'm saying is that I try to look for the good in people and try to work with what I can that's good, including politics. That's why I support Diane Sayre for the independent Senate candidate for the state of New York, because we need some good people in there, even if it's not going to change things. They can have a voice for this. And she's totally pro-Palestine and against all the U.S. empire crap. But there's probably 3 or 4 things about Diane's background that I don't like at all. At all. Like, I totally disagree with some of the things. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because if 5 or 6 or 7 things out of 10 are where I think they need to be for positive things, and 3 or 4 aren't, who cares? Who cares?
I want to drop, but I just want to say, again, I'm a nobody, right? I'm nobody on this platform, okay? I'm nobody. However, I am Palestinian and 100% Palestinian, and what you have done for us, being who you are, I'm sorry, you're a white American and you see the truth. You see what's happening and you're using your voice. Look at what's happened now. Now it's been this whole over 120 days has just been put on pause, right? A pause so that you can talk about your past. So you should apologize for your skeletons we all have. I think it's disgusting, because if anyone should be talking about anything at this point, it should be the genocide. It should be the massacre that's happening in Gaza. That's what we should be talking about, not the stupid bullshit, 1 or 2 tweets or whatever the fuck it is. I'm sorry, I'm just so angry. But we're not angry. We're not angry for the stupid 75 years of oppression of Palestinians. We're not angry. Why are we this angry for that? Why aren't we speaking? Why aren't we sitting holding what do you call them? Hearings for the Palestinians. Why aren't we outraged for those people that were in the hospital? They were dressed up as doctors and citizens, and they were just unalived in cold blood on camera, and the whole world sees it. Where in the world does that happen? Why are we outraged for that? But we're sitting here, and Chip, I have respect for you. I'm always in your lives. I'm always supporting you. But why are we so damn upset about Chip Barnes and his damn past? Who the fuck cares? I'm angry. I'm so angry. I'm very angry for you. I feel like this is not something that we need to sit here and discuss and go over on a Thursday afternoon. It's bullshit. Let's move on and talk about the real atrocities that's happening. And I'm going to drop, I have respect for you. Please don't overthink it. Maybe you need someone like me to just kind of like give you that boost. But I guarantee you the millions of Palestinians and pro-Palestinians don't see you as vile or anything. You have to be vile to be like them anyway. To beat this whole game, we have to be, we've tried to be nice. It doesn't work.
That's a fair point. Fair point. Okay, Lena, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate the support, and let fingers crossed this ceasefire comes together right away.
Take care.
Thank you so much. Yeah, very passionate, and I appreciate the support. And hey, there's some people in the comments that feel differently, and I understand you feel angry. Somebody says you need to work on this. Just to let you know, again, I'm not somebody who's going to make an empty thing and kind of a crocodile tear apology. I am committed to work on the things that unfortunately should not have come out of me. I think it's inappropriate, and there's something there, and it's worth the work. I have a counselor at the VA that I talk to once per month, like a therapist kind of person. So I'm going to take my pocketbook and put it on the table with him and let him sort through the things that I'm talking about, and we're going to discuss it and get on with it. Somebody recommended a book that I should read that I've already ordered, and it's coming, to read that and try to better understand the dynamics of this and how I can get towards a place where that kind of stuff is just not a part. It's not a regular part of my thinking, but it came out, right? And I'm responsible for whatever comes out of my mouth, written or spoken. So that's the work that's being done in the background. I'm also talking to people, having private conversations with those who will still engage with me to try to get their advice and counsel. And like Lena said, we need to be talking about this issue more than anything. But I understand I don't want to be a distraction. Like I said, the people that have given me advice have said keep moving ahead. That's the most important thing. So that's what I'm doing. So for those of you who are pissed, I don't blame you. But I can't stop advocating for this just because of its importance and the timing. And I'm sorry if seeing my face after seeing that stuff makes you angry or mad. I don't blame you. But there are other content creators who are doing the same thing you can follow if you think I'm not worthy of following. Please, go where your heart takes you. Okay. We have C Tang been waiting very, very patiently. Thanks for waiting. I appreciate you being here.
Sorry about my internet.
No,
Which
it's
is
okay.
coming. I still don't know what was said, but um, I I was gonna say something, but then I lost track of because of all the things I've said that I didn't know before. But anyways,
Okay.
I think sorry, I'm having a cold, but I think I think a lot of us have said things in private that we would not want people in public to find out what we said, because a lot of the things that we have to say, that we internalize, that has been conditioned in our society, um, we have to talk it through, and we can't really say it out loud. So sometimes we do have to talk it through in our mind, or even within the company of people we trust. And I think the most important thing is knowing the intention of that person, you know. And I think from what I known of you, you have good intention. Like that's all I care about. And people are obviously going to dig through everything. Like that's what I'm scared of. Like just like having my face in the public, I'm nobody as well, but that's what they're doing. They're trying to find everything that they can to derail your conversation, to discredit you, you know, while they are the one that are supporting leaders who are saying genocidal things. Okay.
Yeah.
So they are the one that need to, before they accuse any of us of racism or sexism or homophobia or anything like that, they need to tell us why they are supporting statement from people who are promoting genocide, and
Yeah.
not
I
just doing that,
agree.
but actually doing it. So
Agree.
I would put them on the defensive. I would be on the offensive instead of being defensive. This is not about me. Who cares about me? Um,
Sure.
in terms of the 6 month pause, I mean 6 week pause, like
Yeah.
I really don't know if it's a good idea or not, because obviously I want all the hostages to be released, but after all the hostages are released, then basically they have no, H group has nothing, and Israel would just
Yeah.
resume bombing and booming. And the ICJ ruling also give a month order, and that would be an entire month pass by, even though they have
Right.
already failed, obviously, some of the provisional order. But by having a ceasefire, they will limit the amount of failing that they will meet, because they'll be saying we're not doing anything during this time period. So the timing is very skeptical. And
Hmm.
I remember they were offering like 2 months pause before. Now it's 6 weeks. So I
Yeah.
feel like they're squeezing X group into something that they didn't even want to accept, but out of desperation they have to accept it. So I don't have the same reaction to as other people, that this ceasefire is good, even though,
Right.
and especially with the kids. I remember watching a video of a kid being so happy. This is the first day there was no drone or anything like that, and then 7 days later it was back, and 6 weeks later it's going to be the same thing. You're re-traumatizing people who want to recover themselves, right? I think that's
Hmm.
very cruel, actually. So I don't accept a 6 month pause. In my opinion, it has to be permanent or nothing. But that's my stand. And
Yeah.
one last thing, actually, I was in a group, Palestinian group. I said I support Chip, because I know that you don't go as far as other people when it comes to like, oh, their intention is to unalive every Palestinian, and you said no. And I kind of like, I feel like it's very important to have a white person or someone like me, Chinese, who's not related to directly related to Palestinian or Israeli cause, to look at this
Yeah.
objectively, because a lot of us are very emotional. And when I say I support you, they kick me
Yeah.
out of the live, which is
Wow.
ridiculous because I have always been pro-Palestinian, but every time I like question something that is like remotely like do a little devil advocate just to get to the other side, like I'm like instantly questioned, like, but that doesn't change my
Yeah.
stand. And I just think it's very important for people like you, white guy especially, but also for other people of other race to talk and not just have like people who are too emotional to, and that can easily, because I know that Israeli, they like to provoke people, and Palestinian can be provoked usually because they're in
Yeah.
a situation, and we need people outside of that to not be provoked by them. So we're very important to the
I agree.
cause. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm sorry you got kicked out of that live. Please
It's
hang on for
okay.
a second. I want to talk about that for a second. So there was a guest that came on, I think it was a day or two ago. Her name is Christina, no H, just Christina, and very passionate person, obviously, like you said, very emotional, and rightly so. And she said that the common thinking among many Palestinians are that the Israelis' intent is to remove the entire group of people, like wholesale unalive it of everybody. And I pushed back and said, I don't believe that's their intention. I said, what I really believe in, and from my analysis, I'll just share it with you really quickly. I've said it before. I believe there's an intention to try to do as much damage while they can under these circumstances. I don't know what motivated the attacks and who was involved, whether it was allowed or not. I don't know those details, but it has served a purpose of keeping Netanyahu in power, avoiding his trial for corruption, giving the access to the territory, pushing half the population to the south. Now they have troops, and they claim they're going to administratively occupy that. And they've also expressed intent to move across and occupy and take over all the territory in the West Bank. You have to go with what somebody says and what they're doing, not the other people that are saying, So I believe that that's their point. I think if tomorrow morning everybody who's Palestinian in the territories left, like literally just walked into Egypt, they would be happy and they wouldn't further go after them. Because I don't think they care. They don't care about the lives of Palestinians. I agree with that, because they wouldn't be indiscriminately bombing if they did. They wouldn't be sniping, blah, blah, blah. But having said that, and it's atrocious behavior. You can't minimize even one civilian, much less 25, 30,000, or whatever the number actually is. Whatever it is, it's horrific. But I'm trying to say is, if you're just on the Israeli side, if they claim that unaliving 1,200 people or whatever that number was is an act of genocide towards Israelis, well, what do they have, like 7 million people? You're not going to unalive 1,200 and somehow go after 6.995. Come on, it's not practical. And similarly, even though the Israelis do have bulk military power, they could have done much more if they chose. It's all about political constraints. You got to remember, they know they're a pariah state as it is now. If they were to do far more, think of what greater status they would have. Someone would intervene. I think the United States would intervene, quite frankly, if they started just completely flattening the entire territory, and there was tens of thousands a day. That wouldn't be allowed to happen. It's just too much. It's bad enough that the leash has been let out this far with regard to Netanyahu. I agree, it's horrific, and it's disproportionate, and it's a war crime, and the people should be charged and convicted, and then they should be sentenced to something. There should be some accountability that's severe, if that can happen. But the challenge is the U.S. stands in the way of all that. That's the problem. My country, which is embarrassing and disgusting, is providing the money, munitions, military, and political cover for a genocide. That's why they're calling him G-Side Joe now, right? It's a black mark on our history for sure. It just shows you how much disdain that the U.S. power structure and the Israelis have for Palestinians. It's horrible. So, like she said, we need to advocate for this, and I don't know what the solution is going to be. I think there's still going to be a continued effort to continue it slowly but surely, which has been what they've been doing, and they've had an excuse to ramp it up to a whole new level because of the attack that took place, and there seems to be no end in sight. If this ceasefire does come in, which will be much needed and unbelievably good for the moment, hopefully it can be permanent. But I don't know what's going to happen with the north of Gaza. We've heard all these plans. I think the U.S. has publicly said no, but they've done that about the settlements, but they've continued unabated for decades, right? Doesn't matter if it's liberal, moderate, or right wing, it's always been the same policy. And Netanyahu says, I can handle the Americans, don't worry about them. They're our friends, but I disagree, so you just give us, and it goes on. So it's time that the Palestinian people catch a break. It's so far past due. I mean, they took people like Mansour. They just come up and gather up men and say their age group and just take them, right? That's what they do. And like somebody said earlier, if they do swap out these prisoners, hostages, they're just going to take more. They'll just go on the West Bank and just take people because that's what they do. And most people from Israel are told that they were doing activities that were, illegal or T supporting or something like that, and then they sit and rot for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years. They can be held for administrative reasons, just never charged and just held forever. And also, I did a really, really interesting video about the conditions inside of the Israeli prison system, at least for some that experienced it in the worst kind of way, and it's horrible. We look at the people that were released from the age group, the ones that I've seen for the most part, it looked relatively friendly, like a warm handoff, like thank you, nice knowing you, and even though we were here for this reason, it wasn't. It could have been way worse, and so they were sort of grateful that it wasn't horrific. Even one girl had her little dog with her, and she was so happy that nobody did anything bad to her dog, whatever. And the last thing the Israeli government wants is for these people to be seen as any kind of decency attack. They want them to be seen as barbarians and cruel and hateful and all that stuff. And I think the goal of the day of that, if I had to guess, and I've seen I saw the first verbal discussion of this, and I read the written one recently, and it was about getting hostages, and it turned into something else that was horrible. And I don't know how or why, and I don't know what the Israeli response played in, but it created a whole different version, which gave license to the Israelis to do what we've seen, and that's the worst part of this, because if that hadn't happened, if it was just hostages that were taken, probably it would be much harder for them to do all the things they're justifying right now. So, Pepe, did you want to come into the conversation? I'm sorry, I went off a little monologue there. Are you there, Pepe?
Hey, buddy.
Let's see if there's any. Oh, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm sorry to hear about what's happened to you lately. Now, I'll be pretty brief. I've spoken to you before on here. I just want to. I think we need to focus a little bit more on the national security issue in regards to the United States. I mean, I think the Likud see people like you as a big threat. Being a white man with a military background, and I'd love to see you speak to someone like Brendan Lee O'Connell, which is someone I've mentioned before, which is an activist, an Australian activist, who's got a wealth of knowledge about this infiltration into Congress by the Israelis. Delving into subjects, into why people like Jonathan Pollard is regarded as a national hero in Israel.
Yeah.
You know who Jonathan Pollard is. One of the biggest espionage cases against the United States back in the 80s. Benjamin Netanyahu personally greeted him when he was released on bail.
Yeah.
In Israel.
Can you just tell the public what he did and why he's in the mix?
Yeah, Jonathan Pollard was an American Jewish man who worked for the NSA, and he gave a lot of military secrets, nuclear codes, some big time stuff, very relevant documentation to the Israelis, which I think helped them with their nuclear operations, their nuclear programs.
Yes.
Which it was a big deal. It wasn't some minor. It was a major release of very confidential information. That's right, and that puts American lives in danger. It's a big national security issue. And this is what the Israelis have done over and over and over and over. It's a bit hard to mention, but their leading role in the 9/11 attacks. I mean, that was hardly gets mentioned. Yeah. And I feel that talking about the national security aspect of all this will really resonate with the middle class and the management class. And make some real changes. I feel, watching all this unfold, it's just so frustrating that, You know,
Yep.
everyone can be watching this death and destruction in you know, live, and it just seems to be stuck. You know, like you would have thought this would have stopped a long time ago. But I think the key to this is
Yep.
highlighting the national security issue Israel poses to the United States and a lot of Western nations. So yeah, I would love to see you in contact with someone like him, Brendan Lee O'Connell.
Yeah.
If people don't know about him, please look up his document. Just Google Brendan Lee O'Connell,
Yep.
UNHCR. It's a very detailed document on what he went through personally. He was stalked, intimidated. Yeah, you know, his family and friends attacked for his activism,
Yep.
and they basically made him move from place to place around the world. He's a refugee.
He
He's
was
got a
Australian. He's Australian, right?
He's Australian, yeah, and he's
Yeah.
basically a refugee from Australia because you know everyone turned against him here. The government, the Israeli government organised a whole campaign against him. It's a very interesting story. I urge anyone that's got any interest in this to please look it up. Look up that document. It's got clickable links in it.
Okay.
It's very relevant to what we're talking about here, and I would
Okay.
really love to see all this death and destruction just stop. You know, and
Yeah.
that's what I really want, and that's I think what we really want. You know.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'd love to talk to him because people like him and Ryan Dawson and other people. I even want to talk to Lucas Gage. If you don't know who Lucas is, he's a controversial guy too. And there's nobody. Listen, I listen. You can hate somebody for something they've done or said. I still want to hear people's minds and what they have to talk about because I think it's fascinating. Some people who are super knowledgeable are very. Alex Jones, for example, has probably said things that people are really upset about, Sandy Hook, stuff like that. But he's not completely all bad. He said some things that have turned out to be completely accurate, and so you can discount the guy because you hate his style or you think he's crazy. But I like to listen to everybody. I don't discount people. Even I would listen. I listened to Charles Manson talk in jail. He was the helter skelter guy with those California, Susan Tate, unalivedness that whole crazy night. But he was an interesting guy to listen to, as crazy as he was. So anyway, that's just how my mind works. I know some people discount everybody. You know, I don't know why people don't have an open mind, even if you don't like the person. I'm interested in whatever
I've
they
got
have
a
to say.
slightly different opinion on that. I just think there's some people that kind of lead the cause on. They might throw a bone here and there, and then they direct you somewhere else, which is they reel you in with certain talking points, and then
Yeah,
kind of just take you down this other rabbit hole that's not relevant. And I think, Alex Jones, I think started out as a genuine person, but over time, I've got my opinions on him. And look, you're going to find some things about Brendan that, a lot of people have had their runs in with him, but that's because
yeah,
he's very stubborn and white nationalists are a magnet to this cause, and a lot of white nationalists tried to, bring Brendan into this, and he just doesn't do groups. He doesn't do groups. He doesn't stand for the left or the right. He and anyone kind of tries to deceive him in any way, he's not a nice person in that sense. He doesn't really. So you might see that in him. He's a fiery person, but he's very, very honest. Everything is documented that he went through, and yeah, it's a good story. Please, please look him up, people. It's very relevant to what we're talking about here.
yeah. Just to let you know, somebody said in the comments, "Why are you defending Alex Jones? What he did to the families of Sandy Hook was awful." I completely agree. I'm in no means defending anybody. What I'm saying is that as a curious thinker, I like to listen to a variety of people, even if they've done bad things. Sometimes, believe it or not, this is, maybe you don't believe this, but just because somebody has done something awful in their life doesn't mean that they don't have a lot of depth of knowledge. And sometimes that can be useful. If it's not all, no, just, in my opinion, it's not all black and white. Some people say, oh, he did this completely. And I think that's part of our cancel culture that really, I don't know. I think it's a very unfortunate thing that free speech is, for sometimes, is limited. I don't like Andrew Tate. I don't like what he and his brother Tristan say about women and how they made their money and how they flaunt their wealth and all that other crazy stuff and how they tell men that that's what they should do. I don't like that. But Andrew, for example, just to say this, he's been an incredibly strong advocate for what's going on right now in Palestine. So I'm happy that I don't like Cenk Uygur's stuff as far as his politics for the most part, but I love the fact that he's an advocate for Palestine. So again, for me it's all gray. Everything's gray. It's all nuance. And you can criticize me for listening to people you don't like or think aren't worthy of listening to, and don't listen to them if you don't want to. I understand.
I agree with that part. I mean, I absolutely despise Bill Gates, but you know, you kind of listen to what he has to say for clues for things that might be coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You kind of listen you can listen to your quote unquote enemies or people you dislike. They might give you clues here and there on things that might be coming in the future.
Yeah, but for those who don't know who Andrew Tate is, some people are like, who the hell is Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate is somebody who's been kicked off of almost every social media platform imaginable. He has an incredibly well polished social media team or something like that that puts together these spectacularly polished, and it's like you've seen these videos where people flaunt their wealth and they talk like an egotistical jerk and they talk down to women. The guy's a bad guy in my opinion, but some young kids aspire to be like him. They want to have the money, they want to have the women, they want to have the flash and pizzazz and the fancy cars and all that BS. And that's what he does. And he tells people, if you join my $50 a month, whatever it's called, Hustler University, you can be a top G, what he calls us. I'm a top G. It's all absurd and masculinity and over the top. He probably has some insecurities. And even one person said that when they borrowed his phone one time, because he plays this real strong alpha male, all these women, that they saw a website open with men on men in one of these scenes that's more romantic. I'll put it that way. You can't say the word of the movie. You know what I'm talking about. And he was embarrassed. And the person who saw his phone said, "Who cares, man? If that's what you're into." But obviously that negates all of his machismo. And I don't know what his. I don't know, but that was very interesting to juxtapose versus all the stuff, all the bluster you hear him saying. But I don't hate him. I just don't like that part of him. But if he says something that makes sense, I'm not going to discount what he says because he does other things that I hate. So I don't know. That's the pragmatism. Some people have these litmus tests that if you do one thing wrong, you're completely discounted for life and you're just on this pile called bad people. That's not how I think. But if you think that way, then leave them on the bad pile.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You can definitely learn from everybody. People you don't agree with, sometimes you can learn more from them.
I agree 100%.
Hey, it was good chatting with you, man. Really good
You
to
too,
see
Peppy.
you still got a positive attitude, and yeah, thanks for what you do, man. I'm a big fan.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the nice words. That means a lot to me. Yeah, they say that you really figure out who are your pals when something goes wrong and who kind of bails and who comes. And not to say that it's not understandable if people bail because of what happened. Anyway, you'll see a video floating around that has some very unflattering things about me that are for
How
me
are
to
you?
work on stuff. Just one second, Brittany. I just want to finish. I'll happily bring you on. And I don't know what runs through your heads. I'm sure we've all thought some things that weren't the greatest of thoughts sometimes. You have to catch ourselves and say it. I unfortunately happen to write them down and put them on a public forum. And most were just completely stupid, quite frankly, and unnecessary. Had I word, I could have gotten the same points across without not even going anywhere near the level of disgusting stuff that I put out there. So I screwed up, and I know it was very damaging to some people. I can't reverse the past. I can try to make it better in the future. So work's being done, counsel's being taken from others, and I'm embarrassed about it, quite frankly. When I saw that video, I was feeling a lot of shame. Just like Joe Rogan said when he saw that video of his words compiled over the different times he spoke about stuff, he felt the same shame. He's like, damn, that looks really bad. And I don't think Joe Rogan has hate in his heart. I think a lot of people don't like him because he says things that they don't find congruent with what they're told in mainstream society. And I don't agree with a lot of the stuff, but again, same thing, balance, nuance. And I think he has some good guests. He has some good conversations. He's good at engaging with people, and he's got a good nature about him with others. And I think people like him. But, we all say things sometimes. We look back and like, what the hell was I thinking when I said that? And mine were pretty bad, right? So anyway, I just hope not to do it again. And I'm going to be very mindful not to say things that are anywhere near that level of, whatever you want to call it. Okay, Brittany, please continue on. I'm sorry it took so long to say that.
Oh, no, you're fine. How are you? I don't know if you- we met,
I'm 1 foot in front of the other is what I'm doing.
I've got 3 accounts banned so far. We met through Sarit, Sav. We spoke on Sav's live, and
Right.
also whom else is live with that? Sarit, Sav, and it's giving me a brain fart. But how are you? It's good to see you.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if
They're
anybody knows
messing with
this.
you again?
Well, the thing about me is, and this is, who knows what's going to happen, but I have a lot of really bad illness problems right now with Gulf War. And so if they might not have to do anything more. I may just disappear because I'm just gonna, I don't know how much longer I have to live because I'm really having some serious problems. But anyway, I just
Oh,
try to do the
wow.
best I can. I'm really not feeling well all the time. Things aren't great.
You've
But
put yourself in the negative light?
no, it's not even
And
that. It's not because of that at all. I've been sick for a long time with this shit, and I'm used to it. But it's just getting really hard. But it's not anything like the people are experiencing in these other situations. So it's like, woe is me, pity party. You just got to keep, like I said, 1 foot in front of the other.
what is your sickness, if you don't mind me asking? And if it's too personal.
I have it's okay. I don't mind telling you. I have a really bad neurological condition that came out of the exposure to the Gulf War. So, what's the best way to put it? If you ever drank too much alcohol and the next day your headache goes away, but your body still feels like absolute shit, imagine that times about 500. And that's my life now. So I just,
Oh,
it's every day's tough, and every day's been getting tougher, and it's getting exponentially worse. So
but you're
I
so
try to do my
chipper. Well, like I couldn't even tell. That's
yeah. I mean, I just
incredible. Incredible.
try to put on you gotta put on the game face, right? What are you going to do? You can't just wallow in your
Exactly.
misery. But
Yeah.
it hasn't been great, but it's nothing like what the people are going through. Listen, I was in a war, and I've been in jail, not in prison, but in jail. So I
Yeah.
always say, whenever I'm not in a war and I'm not in a jail, it's a good day.
Yeah. My aunt, she passed away in Desert Storm. My uncle was a Navy SEAL. He unfortunately took his own life, but
Oh
my
goodness.
aunt had caught a disease or something out there in Desert Storm. There was something going around, I believe, and she ended up being having to be cremated and sent home to us like that for fear of spreading anything.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, it's pretty. So
By the way, I want to say one thing. First of all,
yes.
thank you for the service. Thank you for your service and sacrifice of your relatives. You don't know this, everybody. About 20 veterans every single day in the United States take their own lives. 20
What?
a day. Yeah, 20 a day. It's been consistent forever. So, and this
Probably
is
gonna get
because of a
worse
few things.
now.
But if you don't know that, a lot of times
It's
when you go
probably gonna
through
get worse
combat,
now.
it's a situation where it completely shifts your brain into a mode that's just not natural, where you're at these huge rushes of adrenaline and these huge periods of boredom back and forth. It's traumatic, and a lot of people come back and they just can't deal. Post-traumatic stress, and people get it from being in accidents or
I have
SA
PTSD
or
though.
whatever. Yeah, and it's a real thing. And if you don't get the right mental health counseling and have the right engagement, it's impossible to recover from. I have a friend that's going through it, and
And it
his life is
causes many
turmoil.
plethora of other conditions,
Yeah,
anxiety,
a lot of people drink alcohol
paranoia,
or
etc.
do drugs or put themselves in dangerous situations or whatever. It affects you big time.
Definitely.
And a lot of other people. I don't know if you know this, but when we were in the Gulf War, we were sitting next to these oil fires. You might have seen the pictures
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Time
yeah.
magazine or whatever. And when you're next to an oil fire, all the oil droplets come down
Ugh.
on your body, and oil is highly toxic. So I think that's part of what. There's just so many things, but
And then it was on fire.
yeah, it was just bad. All the smoke and stuff, and being in combat zones, it's a lot of it's chaos. It's total chaos. So, but no, what I wanted to say was, and this is the thing that really, it's bad. And the people dragging this up, but I don't know if you know what happened was on this video, this lawyer that came onto this pro-Israel panel, his name is Robert
Mhm.
Callahan.
Yeah,
He
yeah, I
started
know about
questioning,
her.
he completely unknowingly started questioning my military services, and they all said, "Yeah, he's lying. He's stolen valor. I doubt he ever served. He's a liar. He's a perpetual liar," and all this stuff, denigrating me, not even knowing who I was or my background. And I'm sure as he went digging
They
through this
did that to
public
you in the
records
beginning.
request, He probably realized, oh, damn, this guy really did serve. He did have these things. He did go to a combat zone. He did go to airborne school. He did serve the country. And denigrating somebody without knowing them, it's kind of stupid.
You can sue him for that since he wants to play
No,
dirty.
I
But
don't want. Listen, I want to move
that's just
ahead
crazy,
into.
though. They did the same stuff to you in the beginning. They said the same exact stuff to try to just discredit you earlier
Yeah.
when you were. Do you remember that? They were calling you basically false and that you weren't. And you know what? That's obviously to be expected from people. It's regardless of the matter of fact. The thing
Yeah,
is right
no doubt.
now, okay, and I was trying to get the word out to people is that I think that it's time for intentional action. I think that there's a time and place for peaceful protest, and that has more than outworn its welcome by, say,
Yeah.
decades. So right now, every second counts, and it is vital. And I think if we do something extreme, different, drastic, to basically break the chain in history that's been repeated so horrifically over and over, we basically would have to make a move now, force the hand, because we know what's coming is inevitable anyways. Let's just spare ourselves the slow ripping of the Band-Aid and go ahead and just peel it fast.
Yeah.
There are people who have reached breaking points. I am one of them. Okay. My mother's Irish Scottish. My father is Mexican Sicilian. I come from all parts of occupied backgrounds. So I mean, I think that I'm trying to watch how I word things here. Whoever is at the breaking point and sees now if we don't act right away and some of us and make that move and take that sacrifice basically
Yeah.
in order to spare our future generations, we can break the chain right now and end it all. Okay, so no one ever in the future will have to repeat this. It will be the last time you read this in the history books. And I think
Yeah.
it's so vitally important. We have 8 billion people in the world. If we can't get under 10 million at the very least together and
Yeah.
to go do that. And let me tell you something. These guys, I'm hearing my friends and well, these laws that, this laws that. I have a child, and they're going to do the same thing as they did to the Palestinians, etc. Okay, because
Right.
our lives are more important. Okay, because they don't have children. What I see is they have no choice. They have no free will. It's been stripped from them. And they are being taken on the basis of our comfort. And the least we can do is a few of us get up and return the favor of our own choice and free will. At least
Yeah.
we have a choice. And I think there are people, at least, like I said, under 10 million, at the very least, that feel the same way I feel. And I'm urging them, us to come together and stand up. And we have to stand against the government.
Yeah. The question
As
is,
the
okay,
people.
how do we get people motivated to take action, and then how do we
You
actually
have to
carry it
go
out?
through people like you, people like me. I've had a couple people reach out. A few people of my friends got mad in my live, but a few did reach out and were like, no, she's got a good point. Because I was very fired and passionate about it. And I will remain that way. And and it's incredible to me that people are like, well, I have a child. Well, do they not have a child? Oh, but you have a choice.
Right.
Do they have a choice? Answer that. Ask yourself, how are you going to look at yourself in the mirror when they're all gone? Because we're sitting there falling for these ducked dreams that they sell us on little papers of laws they don't follow. And the laws, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
They do not follow them. They have literally blatantly spit in our faces. Look what they did to UN on the RWA. The moment they said you have to allow humanitarian aid, oh, they're H group, kick them out, no humanitarian aid. Oh,
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
keep unaliving. Matter of fact, go faster. And what happened? And the first time they went to court on the 100th day, the United States attacked the Middle East. It is time to act. And they are not obeying their own laws. So I say at this point, screw their laws and their walls and all of that. It's us against them.
Yeah.
And we have to do something. We have to do something now.
Yeah. Just to let you know, in my link in bio, for those of you who don't know, I have a link tree It's clickable in the US. If you're outside the US, you have to type it into a web browser. It's written in my bio. Once you click and get there, the list in the middle, there's some Telegram groups, which is a free messaging app that a lot of people use both in Gaza and the West Bank and elsewhere. And you can post stuff on there. It's just like a normal app, like you can just like in the chat here on TikTok, but there's no rules about what you can and can't put on. You can put videos, photographs. There's no censorship for the most part. And I have a group called Action for Change with the number 4 in the middle, Action for Change. If you go to that group, that is the conversation that's happening about that exact issue. Like, what the heck can we
I
do
knew
that'll get
fighting.
past the muck? So check that out. I think you'll find some interesting ideas there.
Well, the important thing, even with the ideas, we have to get this ball rolling like ASAP.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bad
If we need
situation.
this ball
The
rolling,
people,
there's a boulder falling on them. Every second counts, every second. And like I told people, I used to be totally against peaceful protesting only because of the plethora of centuries since the Roman days that it's just been a failed attempt, almost like a distraction, like a dangling cat
yeah,
toy while they're over here doing their business. No, look over here. Yeah, protest from the
yeah,
comfort of your country while they're over there doing that. Think about it. We're a joke at this point,
yeah,
and I am done being laughed at. Now, peaceful protesting isn't totally not unuseful. It is very useful in times of peaceful situations when there are not lives at stake. When you just want to change something like a school law or something like that, something peaceful like that. Okay, but at something that's taking lives every second. Okay, and it's
yeah,
about to literally ethnically like wipe out an entire group of people. We
yeah,
have to do something drastic. Okay, and intentional action is a form of protest. Look it up. It is,
right.
yeah. And what it does is it forces a hand. Okay, at the end of the day, what looks like may be a terrible outcome is actually just what it does is it draws the attention and the eyes of all of the world. Because, even with the millions that are watching what's going on, there are billions of people that don't see it. We could draw all their attention if we do something bright and shiny to catch their
Yeah,
attention. Like, say, millions, a million from China, a million from Russia, a million from the US. I mean, I'm just naming random places, a million from Canada. I mean, just a million from each place, just for instance. Okay?
sure.
And that's a small number to gather there and be like, okay, now go ahead and boom, boom us. Are we all age group, all of us? It will force every country and put the spotlight directly on Israel where it should be. And
Yeah,
everyone's going to be looking at them. And if they make a false move, it is going to be very detrimental for them. And they know it. We're forcing their hand because we know they're going to bring about this WW3, whether we like it or not. They're doing it slowly and we're resisting. And it's actually making it a lot more painful in the long run, excuse me. Okay. But instead of that, since we can't stop it, let's go ahead and rip that Band-Aid off. If you're going to do it, then do
yeah,
it.
yeah. I
But
agree.
we
That's a
have
good
to
point. The
come
question
together
is,
as a people.
yeah, the question is how though, because the organizing is the hard part, right? It's
We've
hard to
got
get
to do
everybody
it.
sort of on board. But yeah, if you look in that Telegram group, I think you'll see that is the basis for the concept is that organization, just like for labor. I
Can
talk
we
about this
plan
all
a
the time. It's like,
meeting?
well, in there are conversations about it that are loose. There's not formalization yet. It takes time.
No.
It takes time to build these movements, right?
We have to do something like now. I mean, really.
Yeah, you'd think. I mean, but it's anything else, like any political movement, which is what this is, you have to build what are called coalitions. So you have to find other groups of people with which to connect with and build a broader base of support.
Yeah, of
And
course.
then you take that broader base. If it gets big enough, it has to be enough scale to make a difference. If we've seen protests of 2, 3, 400,000 people in a permitted protest in Washington, which is
Hmm.
great. I was there. It was an awesome event. But, and the but part is the bad part,
I hate
it's
that.
within it's within the establishment's guidelines, right? Something's
Yeah,
got to
we
be
don't need
done
that.
outside the establishment's guidelines to make a big enough difference. I have my thoughts
Yeah.
about it, but I don't want
We
to be
are
somebody who's
obligated and we are obligated, and it is our right and our obligation as the people to tear down any establishment or government that is against our people. And it is clear
yes,
with the blatant breaking of every single law since 1946. I know because I dig up documents for cases and stuff like that, old ones. For companies, it's sort of like a private investigator. Okay, so anyways, yeah. I've saw the documents and stuff myself. There has been agreements, there has been ceases, there has been rules and them telling them over and over, literally signed, sealed, and delivered over and over, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. They don't care. And why are we listening to their laws that they don't even listen to? Enough is enough.
Yeah.
Enough is enough. We have got to do something now.
Good points, Brittany. But
We
let's
should
do
reach
this.
out
We
to
have one
people.
more guest. We have one more guest that's waiting in named Machismo.
I
I want to
apologize.
thank you, though, Brittany. No, it's okay. I think you bring up some really good points. Please check out that group and see what the involvement there is if you think that's worthwhile.
And start reaching out, like literally, because every second counts. We can't waste another day. Like we
I
can't,
think you're right.
because we're wasting lives.
Thanks, Brittany.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys.
Thanks for
Go.
being here. Yeah, I think the urgency feels that way. The question is, can we do something that's going to be impactful in a short period of time because of the political system? It's blocking change, right, with AIPAC and the powerful interests and stuff like that. And people in Congress are kind of stuck in this bad situation. The question is how to break them free from that so they can serve the people and not the rich people and the interest groups. That's really the problem right there. Yeah, some of the methods that could go in place, just to give some, in a theoretical sense, you would have people could withhold their purchasing like they did with Starbucks and Disney and McDonald's. And it needs to be enough to make it made some difference, which is good. It needs to be so more pervasive so it makes a bigger difference. And then you can not, if you chose to, you could choose maybe not to remit your taxes. You could change your tax status through your job and maybe not remit them, whatever. I'm not recommending you do that. I'm saying that's a possibility in this scenario. You could go on strike. And if more people did that, it would be, a general strike, which is, by the way, illegal. So that would be civil disobedience, nonviolent but illegal activity. And then people could get together and go out and protest, but in bigger numbers and maybe block stuff. Like we've seen people go out into the LA freeway or in Seattle, Washington, and they've blocked a major artery of transport. That's kind of the idea to make a difference enough to kind of force someone to do something. I'm not suggesting it should happen. I'm talking theoretically, if people wanted to, that's what probably would do more things to work outside of the problems that the normal system. If you go vote, that's great. But if you think about it, if they being the powerful have already pre-selected the sort of A and B, your choice is bad or worse. I always say it's heads they win, tails we lose, right? That's not a good thing to be in. Anyway, we have one more guest, Machismo, and then we're going to be closing up right now. We're right about the 4:00 hour. Been on for 4 hours, enjoying it. Machismo, I think I gave you a request to unmute, but maybe I didn't. Let me see.
Okay,
There you go.
I'm here. You hear me?
Yep,
Uh,
just fine.
First of all, I want to thank you for what you're doing. It's the most important thing that needs to be done. And when you were saying the things these two people, look, a lot of people, they don't like what's going on in Gaza, but it's it's very, very far from them. But actually, there's a lot of, we have, it's like a octopus that its leg is in everywhere. So we all have an enemy, let me tell you, we did just the subject of Sandy Hook. I already researched that a lot. Back then, it was much more open, the internet, because everything is compartmentalized, because the top, they have all these other blocks under them, but the other blocks don't connect it. So the internet at the beginning there's a very informative, okay? For me, I is what I know. I don't believe in Sandy Hook. I'll just generalize it a bit. What they did, they shoot these things. It's like a movie, You see Superman coming out with a tanker.
Well, before just one sec. Before you go there, I just want to make sure you're aware. So there's a very delicate balance on TikTok about what they call, and this is them, not me. I'm much more.
I hear you. I understand.
So, but what I'm saying is they'll stop the live for what they call misinformation, and this is one of those subjects that if they hear you said the words, and if they hear the next words crisis black, they'll
okay, I got you. Okay, so just let me. Okay, so basically is gun control. You don't want to go into communism mode. You have to take out the guns. That's a tactic. So what's better way is to show that this is what these things doing to children. And it was another subject. Let me go another subject. Global warming is the final. The final equation is you pay me to breathe, bitch. Sorry for my word, but that is the phone. They'll make you ring whatever, but at the end, carbon tax. You pay me to breathe. I am your owner. The oxygen you pay. That's what it is. That's the
Well, yeah,
tactic.
let's examine that for a second. So the claims basically, to summarize, is that there may have been something to that particular event that was a little bit off or whatever, and it may have been other purposes behind it. So there's some speculation. I happen to fall on the side was I'm not really sure. I listen. I look at the parents who were upset, and I can't say for sure. I don't know. The second part is that maybe the ecological claims of climate change are maybe not accurate, and some people are trying to lean on that for other purposes. And people have alleged that about things like 15-minute cities and more controls on people, basically using it as a way to kind of excuse further controls on the public, saying that we have to do this for this broader reason.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
I happen to have a different point of view. Let me share with you mine. Here's what I think. I don't doubt that there are those who are trying to use the concept of what you just described as a reason to try to do some things for their interest over others. I agree with that. However, from a scientific standpoint, having looked at this in incredible depth and really dug deep, I do believe, and I think there's so many indicators ecologically in terms of the balance of species alone. That's the big, and the temperature of the ocean is another big one that's changing, the acidification. That doesn't happen absent a change in CO2. CO2, by the way, just to let you know, has changed dramatically over the eons. It goes way up, it goes way down based on volcanic eruptions and other natural factors. It is in this case, and this is what's given me it happens in much slower and much more gradual ways. So, for example, it takes usually 60 to 80,000 years for the climate to adjust about a half a degree Celsius under normal circumstances on planet Earth. The changes that we've seen 1.25 degrees change in 210 years. Much difference. So in nature, this is what it is. It's not that it's that big of a done in terms of numbers, but it's like your body temperature. If your body temperature goes up 4 degrees, you're really sick, even though it's not a lot of degrees. And what's happened is the Earth adjusts very slowly, evolution, species. When you do something that's different in that timeline, it has a much more negative impact, more so than usual, because it doesn't adjust slowly. So I think both things can be true. It can be happening scientifically, but people are using it for other reasons to provide other things for their interest over the public. I don't disagree with that.
Yes. Well, look, they showed picture like the Statue of Liberty. It has the water line where it touches it, and they show you a picture from the 1990s, and it's the same level. And if and maybe they can manipulate. Look, I'm very suspect. I don't know if you ever saw HARP in Alaska. I think that's the baby of the 5G system right now. That was the experiment stages. They have to, and right now it's all over the place. Even if you check on the 5G and your streetlights, they tell you your streetlights emit, like they send out pulses. It's in the thing.
Yeah.
And I could show you there was a report, some guy who he was an engineer for this cell phone company that makes those towers. And at the end, he found out it was bad. He stole a tank and ran over. He said he talked to his higher people. You saw that? In Australia, yeah. He took a tank and he smashed five towers. Anyways, so. Anyways, I want to get to, but what I really called for is right now, I heard like the Houthis, I don't know if it's coming on from them or you always gotta, because I didn't see it coming from their mouth, but the tactic is really crazy, is they're talking about they're gonna cut the fiber, the internet connection, because I'll tell you one thing, there is no satellites. That's not true. They got you believing that there's satellites floating around. There's none. It's all done with wires under the sea. And now the Houthis saying are gonna cut it. So it could be that people are starting to find out too much. They're getting bent too much against the Zionist Israel. That maybe it's their tactic to say, the Houthis gonna do it, or the Houthis just like, we're gonna cut it. You see, you're more of a military type of guy. Maybe you could, but I'll tell you right now that there ain't no satellites. Once they cut that, they're gonna have to rewire it somewhere else. And if that tactics really puts a stump in their will, for a stick in the will, it's very easy to go another spot, and because it's all over the world, these things, it's hard to control. If you think you could, they can't even get their boats to that spot. The wires go all over the world. So this is a new tactic. And also Algeria. These things work like a pyramid scheme. All the countries, Saudi Arabia, they all control the tops, but the bottom are ashamed. And the manly men are gonna come out. Like right now, Algeria, they're starting to freak out. They're embarrassed that they're not doing nothing. So what they're going to do is the same. They're going to go back to how it was back then. They're going to do the same thing as Yemen. The top guys are going to come. They're going to get snatched by the people. And then people will be more scared of the people, the guys who are diriging the country will be more scared of the people than that the people are giving them money. And that's when the politicians are going to start working for the people. And whatever,
Well, I'm all for that. Yeah.
that's what sorry to say, but that's what is going to happen in Algeria, and I believe Pakistan, because Pakistan is another country that they make their guns from scratch. Okay, and when the people like go, whoa, okay, this is embarrassment. We are Muslim and whatever. So then what's going to happen is the Houthis right now, they have a recipe to make missiles, and they have kind of technology that they're doing very well. So they're going to help Pakistan, give them the blueprints, okay, and they're going to give the blueprints to, and other countries are going to follow. And now the Zionist entity is going to try to, they're going to try to make them look bad. You must, but real, it will be the best thing could happen to this plane is the dismantlement of that. And any president that they show you on TV, that TV is Satan's strongest weapon is the TV. All the choices that they will give you they're controlled by them. Okay, it's like WrestleMania. They all have a script. There's a bad guy, there's a good guy, and guess what? Every day they write a script, and they forget that now. If you could do the same tactic, but on the government, this is what it's all a show. It's all a show. Yeah. They mastered this. It's all a show. And I could go way back. I have a lot. Let me tell you, I did a lot of time on these things, and I'm very common sense. I always go on my common sense, this is another common sense. What they realize in Yemen, is I don't throw missiles with one hand to you, and then in the next hand, I'm going to give you Red Cross and send you medication. Okay? It's actually, you don't need the miracle. You got to trust in the Creator. You come out, you breathe. They have to scam you. They have to scam you to think that you need this needle for anything, not just anything. Okay, it's like let's say I would go the bees. Okay, the queen bee lives 5 years. Okay, the worker bee lives a month to 2. But guess what? When there were lavas, they were the same thing. So they it's hormones in your food, and they know what to. There's some old science, that they keep us suppressed, that they took it. I don't know, from the Romans, and I have like a lot of proof that if I will go on the Roman thing, that wasn't too long ago, and it's all a scam. It's like whatever is written, you can't believe what you read. You got to go on common sense mostly right now. It's time of deceit.
Okay. All right. Well, you said a lot of things. It's interesting. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. A lot of people in the comments were like, "Whoa, they're pretty." But anyway, thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate it. Interesting things to think about. I'm not sure about a lot of that. I hear a lot of that stuff, and it's hard for me to say whether that's accurate or not. But this person seems pretty confident. They say they have, quote, the receipts for it. I've been seeing here more. I'm always curious to learn more. When there's evidence for something, I'm always open to it. But it seemed a little bit on the edge. I don't know. I've heard a lot of this thinking when I've read different forums, and I go and I hear a lot of that style of discussion. But I don't know. I'm just not sure. But I tend not to think there's something super diabolical going on, because it's kind of hard to orchestrate. But maybe there is. I'm just not aware of it. I did hear something as somebody who testified, who used to work in the South Pole, who said there were some of these directed energy things that are being developed. I don't know about that either, but the person was pretty adamant that it was something that we just haven't seen. Shelley from Ireland, and then we're going to be finished.
Hi, thanks, Chip. Thanks for having me up just for a minute. I just wanted to say, folks, I grew up in Ireland during the Troubles, and so some of this we've seen before, right? We've seen the dehumanization of an entire group of people. We've seen, trying to accuse a whole group of people of being T's, gosh, and all the casualties that are going on at the moment. I don't know if they think all the children are T's and everything. Oh, look at the doggy and everything else. So I just wanted to say, guys, there's an awful lot of talking going on online and all over the place. Like, if I could give a small bit of advice just from the way I grew up, is just be cautious of instigators, be cautious of saying things that, you might not want to get to the wrong place. Our message has been consistent, and that is that the people of Palestine deserve the right to live the same as my child or your child. I made a reel with a picture of my son, and I said, why is my son worth more than the Palestinian children? He's not. None of them are. So let's focus on the message. The message is we know how to do peace. We've had peace in Ireland, in the north of Ireland. Germany was able to reunify. South Africa, we all know the great work they did. So it can be done. Let's focus on peaceful measures. Let's make sure
Yeah.
that when we're saying things, the sound bites don't get us into trouble.
Very good points. Yeah, I got to stay on point. Thank you, Shelley from
That's
Ireland.
all. Thank
Take
you,
care,
Tim.
Shelley.
Thanks, guys.
Be well.
You too, sir.
Very nice. Yeah, we've had a great day of conversation and more to come. Just want to reiterate the schedule. This is posted in my main page. There's a little green banner in the upper left corner. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern time until 10 p.m. Eastern time. And then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday from 12 noon until usually 2. Today we went over. Some days I go longer with different guests. And I do that 6 days a week. It's at least 2 hours. Sometimes I go 4 to 6 hours. So usually it's between 15 and 20 hours a week of time that I put into this, plus some prep work sometimes. And so I just want to let you all know that, when somebody spends 60 to 80 hours a month of their time, it's difficult to do that in addition to try to make your way in life with, I don't know if you know this or not, the compensation that comes through TikTok for a 4-hour live is like 17 cents. I don't even know why they do that, and I'm not expecting money for it. I'm just letting you know you don't make much money doing this. You'd think you'd make, like, some people told me I'm making $50 an hour and I'm doing this for pay. No, I'm not. The way I support myself now with trying to do this full time or most of the time, I'm not doing it exactly full time. I do a little trading on the side. I'm actually in a trade right now, but I skip $5 a month is what people usually donate to me through my Patreon, or some people make individual. But in my links, on my link in bio, there's something that says Linktree Chip Barnes. If you want to help out, great. If you can't or don't worry about it. But also my other social media there, you can check my Twitter, you can check Instagram. It's, I have all those things. These are recorded, just so you know. So if you came in late and you missed some stuff, no big deal. After we finish, this will be downloaded and then put up on my YouTube and my Rumble, both of which are also accessible through that link tree I mentioned on there. And finally, sometimes I have moderators in here. I'm not sure if today there were moderators. So he says, what am I trading? S&P futures, the E-mini S&P futures. They're going up right now after hours. So I'm just a little trade. I think I'm up about 5 points, which is nice. I'm letting it play out. Probably going to close it shortly. Anyway, that's my other income, is trading the markets. I don't do a lot of it. It's very small. Anyway, so tomorrow we'll be on at 10 o'clock at night. I really appreciate everybody being here. We had some really interesting conversation. I have to take the dog out. It's a pretty nice day out here. So thanks for being here, and thanks for all the comments. If I missed you in terms of a guest, or if I missed your comments, I wasn't ignoring you. I will answer you next time. I'm sorry, sometimes I get talking and I miss stuff. So thank you everybody for being here. We will see you next time. Have a great rest of your day.